All right, we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Christian Hangout number 23. And who's eating something? Sounds like
Sorry,
somebody's. Okay, that's
I got
okay.
some Tic Tacs here. Sorry,
Yeah, it sounds like pills.
Okay, you pill papa.
it's some red pills I'm popping.
Dudes, who's this new guy presenting the show? Where's Ian? His voice is totally different.
No, it's me. It really is me. I'll have to listen back to this and see how I sound. But
No. You're a JIDF plant. Quick, what's the interest rate on bank loans?
they'd probably know that.
Crap. David, our cover's been blown. They're going no. Oh,
Oy vey, shut it down. Okay, but anyway, we have returning with us. We have Lumen at Saul. We have Moose Norseman. We have Henry Gloucester. We have Gregory CARLIN, and we also have ARBOGASTUS on STRASSBURG, who previously joined us under a different name. And with us for the first time, we have Tom. Would you like to introduce yourself, Tom, and tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure. Let's see. Should I start off with my Christian background and go from there?
Yeah, that's what we normally do. Sorry, I was muted there.
All right. I was born into the Church of Christ, and I grew up. I had by the time I was in my teenage years, I was having somewhat difficulty adapting, and I started to lose my faith and turn away and getting interested in other things. And I think for about a month I was an atheist, and then I started dabbling into Buddhism, and then eventually I got into like stuff like Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, and kind of went down some wrong paths with that, and eventually got into I decided for a while to be agnostic, and that was I would say during that period I was I used to be a libertarian socialist, and eventually moved to becoming like a moderate liberal kind of libertarian, and but about 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, I would say I'd started moving back towards Christianity, rediscovering my faith. I started reading the Bible a lot more again, instead of trying to look at it as some sort of mythological hangover from some bygone era, and trying to find the relevancy and meaning in the Gospels and how they can be applied to my life. And started reading some C.S. Lewis. And I think that some of the things that he covered helped as well as Blaise Pascal. And yeah, I think it's been a weird journey for me. And as far as the All Right's concerned, I would say I'm still kind of new to the All Right. I've really only sort of identified myself with it for like the last a little more than a year now. It was right after the Paris attack that I started moving in the direction of the All Right, because I couldn't tolerate this slow death of the West, and these sporadic Muslim explosions or self-detonations or whatever.
Yeah, it's supposed to become part of the landscape now or something.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be the way it is.
I personally am very offended by Mr. Thom's avatar as a European who's going through, who's living on a continent that's going through the Muslim invasion. I am very offended to see that he also has a brown, bloodthirsty, subhuman animal on his avatar.
Hey, that's a Wolverine.
Yeah, but it's brown.
Wolverines.
It's brown and bloodthirsty, so it's kind of close to home.
Okay. Yeah, I picked the Wolverine because I like the Red
Yeah,
Dawn
yeah,
Red Dawn movie.
Conservative free treehouse.
It was just a J-Pet Muslims.
Okay. I didn't know there was other people were using brown animals in other places of the world for avatars.
No,
Oh, okay.
I see William Scott and Mark Citadel both joined us. So welcome back, guys.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you a little louder, maybe, William.
Well, there, Ian.
I sound unwell. Oh yeah, I'm using a different computer this time. So
You sound completely different.
yeah. Well, this is. Do you remember that Hangout where my computer kind of crashed on me and I switched to a different computer? So and everybody said you sound different now. I'm using the same laptop as I was using for that one.
You should use that. You should use that other mic whenever you want to disguise your voice, because it sounds like a completely different person.
It's the same mic, just a different laptop.
Oh,
I'm telling you, he's a JIDF plant. Let's see if he reacts to the sound of pennies. Did he move?
Those aren't pennies, are they? Those are like Euro cents.
No. We don't use euros. They're too cocky.
What do you use?
What is your currency in Romania?
It's called leu, L-E-U. It means lion. I don't know why, but leu.
Oh yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah, I forgot that you didn't use the euro. Well done. Good show.
Yeah.
There's one other guy trying to get in, which would give us a full house, but I sent him the thing. I don't know why he's not getting it.
Dude, run!
Well, you know, as they say, Ian,
Ian has already doxed us. You can still get away.
I was going to say, Ian, you know, many are called, but few are chosen. You know?
Yeah. Well, this multiple computer thing is kind of making it difficult to do that. So I'll have to figure out how to do that while I start talking, guys. I got to do some stuff.
Oh.
I should give a topic and say, talk amongst yourselves.
Doxology, I guess, is the theme.
Doxology.
So what will we start with? The Chicago incident, the terrorist attack, or millennial woes? 3 big events lately.
Which terrorist attack was that?
Wasn't that Muslim Hispanic guy trying to show?
Oh yeah. In what was that? Fort Lauderdale.
All these Muslim attacks are just like can't even keep them straight anymore.
Well, they'll run the game.
Yeah, they do.
Are there like the Muslim attacks are just not even reporting on anymore? Like they're so common now. It's just
yeah, it is becoming kind of banal.
Yeah,
It depends on what sources you check too.
I mean, I'm thinking now that they're like, you know, the Muslim attacks are probably like some of them only like hit like maybe like 1 or 2 people, or don't even really do anything at all except for scare some people, and they just don't report on it.
well, they always don't report on it. The Cologne attacks, they had to report on it because of Twitter.
Yeah, there
So-
was so much notice about it.
I saw a news headline on Facebook. I don't know if it's accurate, but one refugee faked illness and screamed for a nurse. And when the nurse came, his friends waited for her and gang raped her.
Oh, that was in a park somewhere. I remember that.
Yeah. God damn it.
I was going to ask Gregory, has Romania, I'm assuming that's where you're from, have they taken in any refugees?
We caught many on the border. It's funny. We caught some on the border and news cameras were there. And when they were told they were in Romania, they started crying.
I actually read a story about a tiny little village in Romania where they planned to resettle about 50 migrants, and they found out about it ahead of time. And like all of the people in this village almost had like a riot over it and like swarmed the town hall. Yeah, it was
They did, and they
heroic
promised.
moment.
Sorry, go on.
I was just to say it was a heroic moment. I was very happy to see that.
Yes. And these weren't people who read the Quran or knew about taqiyya and gang rapes. And they just said, we don't want things happening here like they're happening in the rest of Europe. But we nearly got a Muslim prime minister last month.
Oh, fucking hell.
How does that work?
Well, it was basically it wasn't an SJW thing. The winners of the elections wanted to propose their head guy as the prime minister, and he couldn't because he was suspect of political fraud, and he was convicted previously. So, oh, you won't choose me? I'll give you something to choose, and he proposed a Muslim woman.
Oh my God.
Joys of parliamentary democracy.
Just in spite. Yeah, parliamentary democracies suck. Christian monarchies rule. I much prefer a Christian monarchy than a parliamentary democracy.
Of course, who wouldn't?
Oh, yeah,
Any
absolutely.
sane person would.
Yeah, well, few sane people then alive
Well,
today.
we are in an age of insanity, so that's
Yeah,
fine.
but come to think of it, change never comes from a vast majority. I can't think of a revolution that started with a 50% of the population.
Oh no, of
It's
course.
always-
No.
It's always the small fanatics that somehow gain power and then propagandize their mythology or their.
Well, even the American Revolution, when it started, only, if I recall correctly, only 1/3 of people in the colonies supported the revolution.
Yeah, that's correct.
Everyone else was either I don't care or I support the crown.
I think it was
Yeah.
actually significantly less than that.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Certainly, who were actively willing to go out and fight. Definitely.
Yeah,
You know,
but as a Christian, wouldn't you be honor bound to support the crown? Because last time we talked, and Mr. Citadel agreed that your duty as a Christian is to your sovereign monarch if he's
Yep.
worthy. So wouldn't the American Revolution be some kind, just like the French Revolution, an order, a revolt against order?
Yeah. I'm not. In saying that, I'm not defending the English monarchy of the 1700s, because God knows there was a lot wrong with it. But yeah, on principle, it was. I mean, it's the same thing applies to as applies to the French Revolution. Although obviously, what you could say about the American Revolution is it was a great deal less bloody and a great deal less vindictive, and it didn't spiral out of control in the way that the French Revolution did. But yeah, I mean, the same moral principle applies. It was massively morally egregious, especially when one goes back objectively and looks at the complaints, which were, I mean, to say the least, quite petty in my view. The stamp tax and things. And what's funny today is that sort of you'll get conservative commentators in America lauding the revolutionaries as people who stood up to tyranny, and yet when you look at the tyranny that they were standing up to compared to what the federal state of the United States of America does today, it's just the comparison, you can't even draw it.
yeah,
This was a tiny tax increase on stamps and tea, whereas today, I mean, the American government can seize your property if it's built on a wetland. They can shut down your farm if there's like a peppered moth in your tree one morning. They can tell you which light bulbs you're allowed to use. I mean, it's just historically true. It's why I think a lot of libertarian revolution sort of stuff is a load of crap, to be honest.
Well, that's why you have that one GOP meme where they actually say something like that, where they're like, people in the 1700s were willing to go to war over a few percent tax increase, but we put up with so much nowadays.
Well, exactly. Yeah, they're just like, oh well, how we'll solve it is we'll vote people in, and then they'll or we'll have a constitutional convention. It's just it's silly.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say it also has to do with like the amount of force the government can bring to bear against the people now. Back in the American Revolution, what only thing the government could really do is bring in soldiers that had firearms and firepower, that was equivalent to most of what everybody else had. I mean, the only things they really had were like cannons and ships. And those are the only things that people didn't have access to, really.
On a more abstract level, it's only the left that enjoys revolutions because their ideology is chaotic and a revolt against nature. Right wingers, oh God, we have to revolt, don't we? It's not. They romanticize it. That's why their wartime propaganda is so good. That's why leftist revolutionary posters are so famous. Right wingers don't. They want order, and revolutions aren't orderly.
What you'll find historically is that for a right-wing revolution to take place, people have to really be backed into a corner to then go and do it. And of course, the best example is the French Vendée, when there was the uprising against the revolutionary government, which only occurred after the revolutionary government actually came in and started actively arresting Catholic priests in that region, and then subsequently beheaded the king. And that pushed the people over the edge in the Vendée, and they said, we are now going to rise up. And basically, they tried to topple the revolutionary government. Unfortunately, unsuccessful, of course.
Well, you can even say too that the White Army in the Russian Civil War.
Yep. Yeah, the White Army was there to oppose. I mean, as far as I remember, the White Army only really got its sort of foot in after the second revolution. Or I mean, did it? But after the first revolution that set up the provincial government, was the White Army then already fighting? Or I don't think it was.
I mean, the Russian Civil War takes place a couple of years after Tsar Nicholas was murdered. I'd have to look at a timeline. See, but it didn't happen back to back to back.
Because, I mean, I've read that the White Army was not composed entirely of monarchists or people who desired the return of absolute Tsarism. It also had a lot of people who were ostensibly supporters of the provincial government who had not liked that the Bolsheviks had taken over. So they kind of joined forces as this white faction.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, not to cut this conversation short, but we have a new person joining us. We have PILLEATER. Are you there, PILLEATER?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, great. I just actually found out about your show through Millennial Woes, and it's really cool that you're doing this.
Wait. Let me test to see if you're a Jew.
Sure, try.
I think he passed.
Yeah, he passed. He didn't.
So, PILLEATER, are you would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your Christian background?
Yeah, sure. My name is PILLEATER. It's not my real name. It's a fake name. I'm going on the internet. I've been on Pentecostal background. I know that might sound a little, especially with the background of being Pentecostal, where you have every single race together in the same room and everyone's holding hands and speaking tongues. It's certainly the only way if I've remembered to learn the Bible, and certainly a passage from it, or how I came from it. I mean, certainly, I'll be honest right now, I haven't been in church for the past 4 months, is because it's been recently my last semester at my Catholic college, and I just got my, I just graduated, and I got my degree. I'm going to get my degree in about a few weeks, and I'm off school at the moment, and I've been pretty much very open and vocal about the alt-right. Recently, I had an interview with Greg Johnson on Countercurrents. I've talked to, and I've went to one NPI event. I'm very secret about these things, so I don't know if anybody of you have been to those things, but right, I've went to several like Countercurrent events, so I know people IRL, but for my internet identity, I might as well get it out there and get my voice there. So yeah, it's interesting though you're having a discussion, especially about religion and the alt-right. That seems to be an interesting thing to talk about. I mean, the only outlet I know is Trad Youth and what Matthew Heimbach does with his Orthodox Christian background. So
yeah,
well,
we've been doing this for a while, haven't we? When did we start reactionary?
We're doing them almost a year now, I think.
Yeah.
I think the first one was February of last year, so yeah, it's been almost a year. Just out of curiosity, PILLEATER, what's your avatar?
Well, that's actually a picture of from an anime, Meraki. My one friend, Alexu, who we interviewed on The Stark Truth. It's just an eccentric identity I have for an avatar, and she did the mascot for me. Previously, I had a different picture, but I'm just going to use with this one, and that's going to be my little trademark symbol.
Oh, it's an anime girl. He's a white nationalist. He's one of us, guys.
Yeah, I'm on the anime right. If there's a Twitter scene called the #anime right, and I'm not gonna lie, guys, I love anime, and it's there. If
you're also a virgin and living with your parents, you're the next Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm the most. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I am.
That's very principled.
Super clean, and I'm proud to say that. So.
We've had Anti-Dumb and Monarchist Autist on before. They both are into anime. Probably some other people too.
I like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, Akira Toriyama's pretty interesting. I'll play like Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest, but I'm not really into video games. I mean, I like comic books. I mean, I'll have some mangas out, but I've been traditionally reading stuff, you know, like I love Jason Giorgiani's new book, Prometheus and Atlas. That's something I'm really enjoying at the moment. And he talks about anime in that too. He talks about Akira in that. Has a whole chapter relating it to Martin Heidegger.
I like actual cartoons, such as like Bugs Bunny and stuff. You know, real cartoons.
Oh yeah, Bugs. That's what my mom loves. So,
but they're so racist. Those cartoons, you know. I mean, there was just no cultural sensitivity back then. We've come so far.
Hardly anyone was homosexual.
Have you ever watched Courage the Cowardly Dog? Me and Robert Stark had John R. Dilworth on the show, and not to talk about any alt-right things, but he had this very new age theory, and I think it's funny is because if you've been to like the Voice of Reason broadcast back in the day, Robert Stark, you know, he had on Jared Taylor from Jim Goad, and it's just funny we get John R. Dilworth, who made Courage the Cowardly Dog, appear on the show, and I just think that's really clever and silly, and the way he draws. But he's a Jew too, so if you guys are interested.
Courage was very progressive. He was pink.
Yeah, the guy was a black actor too, and the black actor did Courage's voice. There's a lot of things you can point on Dilworth's end on that, him being whatever.
All right. So we actually have a full house here right now. So what were we talking about before PILLEATER joined us about the right-wing revolutionaries, or you want us to keep talking about that, or anything?
Yeah, well, it's a religious basis. It started with Lucifer. He wanted to rebel against the order. He saw it as unfair. He saw it as beneath him to do his duty. And that's basically the left. Who are you to tell me how to live my life? I am me by virtue of existence. I deserve.
Absolutely.
I have. These possessive verbs, as if drawing breath is some kind of sign. You earn money, you earn friendship, you win love. You don't deserve anything. You deserve not to be killed by others. That's it. The rest you make, you forge. As long as you're
sometimes you don't even deserve that.
Yeah. But that's your actions. I meant by default of existing, not you renounce your right to live when, I don't know, you do something horrible. Like watch animes with dub.
Well, I'm not that much of an anime addict. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I went to Asian studies. I was in college for 2 to 3 years doing Asian studies, but I graduated with English and communication. So I have my mix between East and West disciplines. So
Asian studies?
Yeah, like Japanese and Chinese. Yeah.
What about Korean?
Sorry, Chinese or Japanese?
You have to do both. And I struggled with Chinese, and I enjoyed Japanese, and that was my language that I did. Unlike everyone who does Spanish.
Which part of Finland speaks Chinese and which part does Japanese?
North they speak Mongolian, don't they?
But yeah, I mean, if people want to call me a weeb, I guess that's, or Wapanese, that's usually the internet term. I mean, it's certainly a funny term, but I think the correct terminology should be Asianarian. I mean, if you're into these things.
So, are you new to this podcast, to this Christian alt-right sphere, Mr. PILLEATER?
Yeah, this is actually my first time talking with a group of. I mean, there was Matthew Heimbach. Yeah, I've seen him, but.
So, how do you get around it? How do you square the circle of being compassionate while still defending your people, from a Christian perspective?
Here's the thing. Especially in a Pentecostal religion, I know you've probably been around the multicultural, all-black church, Asian, and then white church.
Yes,
and everybody.
All-black churches in Romania. Goddamn Africans!
Yeah, and Pentecostal will get that. I mean, that's really the only way that I got more interested in the Bible. But look, when my freshman year in college, I've seen like a stuff white people like Christianity, this kind of evangelic, interesting. I don't know how to call it, but they were like this group of kids that listened to like punk or electronic music, but they were considered themselves Christian. You know, it's this strange thing where it's like you have to, there's different sects of Christianity, and it's either lifestyleism or like the hardcore Orthodox nationalist. And that always confused me, but I've always put myself as, I considered myself Christian or even Catholic as, you know, even Pentecostal. I mean, I'm struggling with those terms. I'll just say Christian overall, is because in the American situation is really hard to understand. It's like, it's certainly a lifestyleism, and it's definitely doing the right thing and doing good. And it's not like being in decadence, right? I don't consider myself a decadent person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case with the contemporary American Christianity, because I would actually say there are a lot of Christians in America doing very bad things.
Yes.
Such as welcoming in all sorts of dross.
So how do you guys overcome the like one of the things that I often get is whenever I start talking about race and Christianity and how we need to respect, you know, biological differences and respect what God has put forth or set forth and divided people into different nations. One of the counter arguments I usually get is, well, God created us all equal.
You're in the wrong church.
God didn't make infinite resources or infinite space. So it's not like you're standing on a pile of gold and you're refusing to give it. You're not a dwarf in mythology. You have 10 apples and there are 100,000 children to feed. You can't feed all of them. So the question is this: if you're gonna feed someone, why not feed your own? And if you're not going to feed your own, why? Why? Aren't you a bad parent or neighbor or countryman at that point? Why does your countryman, who has contributed to the system for his entire life and his parents before him for generations, why snub him and give his money, his birthright, to someone else? Why is that fair? Yeah. Because, I repeat, it's not about having infinite resources and hogging them.
You're incapable of loving everybody. Only God is capable of that.
And God did, and this idea that God created all men equal is certainly not a biblical concept. I mean, look at the parable of the parable of the talents. It's clear that
I think the big problem when people make that argument, God created us equal, I think there's a category error here, because let me put it this way. I've been exchanging DMs recently on Twitter with a guy who's over in excuse me, sorry, I'm getting over a cold. Who's over in Oman, and he's a Christian. And obviously he's not a Caucasian Christian like I am, but I would consider him a spiritual equal, in the sense that I consider him a brother in Christ. And if he came to my church, I'd welcome him. You know, if he wanted to visit America, you know, I'd welcome him. He could go to my church and worship. But the problem is people take that spiritual equality, which is talked about in the Bible. I mean, Galatians, most of the epistles. I mean, there is a spiritual equality between believers of different races, but they confuse that then with a kind of judicial or egalitarian equality, where they in essence say that it overrides everything else.
And it's entirely deliberate.
The gentleman, and the gentleman I'm speaking with, I mean, he was asking me questions like, what do you think about blacks? What do you think about Indians? And I would, you know, kind of give my opinion, and then he would talk about his people and how they view them. And I mean, even he has opinions like, yeah, you know, we have people who come over from India and they come over here and they annoy us, or they, or, you know, they see blacks as like not quite as I'm trying to think how to word this properly. Not quite as, I guess, respectable. And he's talking about Africans who come over to like the Middle East.
They're quite gregarious.
Yes, for lack of a better term. But my point is, even he recognizes there are differences, and I think that when you look at our society, that's a fact. You have different peoples, they have different qualities. I mean, even in Scripture, I mean, if you don't like racialists, don't read Titus chapter 1, because Paul is clearly, when Paul starts talking about the Cretans, he does not have nice things to say about them. Even if you look at the Old Testament and the way that the different tribes and the different people in the area interact, they have different customs, they have different sensibilities. And I think part of the problem too is when you start saying that, people think it's a bad thing. No, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you know, do Asians have a higher IQ? Yes, they do. As a white man, I can say that I don't care. That's just a fact of nature. They do.
That's something everyone knows that in the Asian Studies department, but they're very quiet about it. And it's this really strange thing. Like, here's the thing. In a multicultural society, right, I really think white people, their ideal model minority, are Asians, right? I'm sorry to say this, but according to blacks or Mexicans or other non-whites, it's like in America, it feels like the only people you can really control are other Asians, and white people want to be with other Asians in church or something like that. It's a kind of a truth no one wants to bring up. But
yeah, their society is it's further even along in some respects of order and kind of regiment, and people being very reserved. I mean, this is why a lot of those Asian countries still have women typically, although this is changing now, women who are perhaps more docile in a way, because that's where they are. Now, there are things, of course, that are different in the other respect. I mean, it's been pointed out a lot by others that Caucasians tend to be more creative than Asians. They can work around things more easily in that respect. They can come up with creative solutions to problems which Asians don't seem to be able to. But yeah, in terms of a social dynamic, obviously you're going to have a better time with someone named Huang Li than you are with someone named Token Black. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but isn't that more dangerous? I think that the degree to which a minority can assimilate is the degree to which it's dangerous. Because who's more dangerous, Saudi Arabians or Turks? Turks, because they're smarter, and if they want it, they will cause more damage. No, seriously, Jews can assimilate almost perfectly, at least at high level, in European life. They're very compatible. So
that's a very decent analysis, but there is another obviously interplay there, in that Jews have a very particular diaspora mechanic going on, in which they don't, I would argue that they don't really assimilate. There's this veneer of assimilation, and largely that's aesthetic, in that they can look very similar,
and that's their strength.
But you know, internally, culturally, they see themselves apart. You know,
I was told that the egalitarian myth in the Bible really comes from the Tower of Babel. Basically, everyone built this tower, then God threw off the tower, and races were formed because everybody got scattered, and God made that way so we can then become egalitarian by getting through that. It's really
no.
That's
the opposite. That's the opposite.
The last bit there.
I know.
Yeah, no. It says. I mean, you look at Revelation. Revelations talks about nations. If nations will exist at the end of the world, then the idea of removing nations, which is, I mean, that's a logical outworking of, you know, everybody mixing in multiculturalism. You are directly trying to overturn Revelation, which is abominable.
And nation comes from the word for birth.
Yeah, it's absolutely synonymous with race.
And going back to Tom's original question, Tom, you kind of have to. If you're hearing from your church rhetoric that's indistinguishable from what you're hearing from a Jewish intellectual at a Ivy League college, something like that, then you kind of have to. That's kind of all you need to know, and you need to look elsewhere. And that's another church, or I'm Catholic, but I go to the Latin Mass, and you're not going to hear that among the people that I see. So that would be the acid test, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
I've gotten to the point where it's just. I mean, I stopped going. For like the last few months, and I got to the point it just became very hollow. I mean, it wasn't just that. The area that I live in is 70% black, so I respect that that most of the places around here are going to be predominantly, black. And what happened was the church that I was attending, originally it was mostly a white church. In the beginning, it was built and founded by whites. And over the last, I'd say 2 years or a year and a half, it's been taken over by blacks. And all the whites are slowly trickling out. Only the very old, and very, the people that have been there a long time are still there, but everybody else is left.
Let me guess, the whites aren't leaving because of the blacks. They just want good schools.
Yeah, so
They ask, everybody takes the free bread and potato chips. It happens a lot in the whole Pentecostal thing when you give free stuff, and blacks seem to get their free breakfast there. But yeah.
And we got it.
Gives me that.
There's we had the white and the black preacher, and the white preacher he's the older preacher, and the black preacher is the younger preacher coming in. And all the blacks sit on one side of the church, and all the whites sit on the other side of the church. The whites generally sit with each other, next to each other, and everybody self-segregates. And it's fascinating because I'll sit there and I watch the black preacher, and he'll sit there and he says, "I want you to go out there and I want you to bring people in. I want you to bring more people to come to the church and to hear the word." And and it's the way he likes to talk, and I noticed the entire time that he's saying these things, he's talking to black people. He's not talking to white people.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Of course he's not. Yeah, but
You ever been
that's
to,
natural. You shouldn't resent him for that.
I don't resent him for it. I was like, well, it's understandable, but I pointed it out to my family, and I didn't like that.
It's kind of sad. I have to cuck a little. But as the tectonic plates of civilizations and races move, the liberals are right. You can lose some very noble souls, but we have no choice. There are black people, even in Africa, who are devout Christians and very kind and noble souls. And they have to go back. They have to go back. And I am honestly sorry. It doesn't mean I won't send them back, but I'm very sorry for them. See that born in a race of savages. Go ahead. Sorry for it.
There is a very strong moral argument for these people returning, and that is that a lot of these migrants, and I'm talking here about legal migrants, so not ones that swim across the border or come across as refugees or anything, but a lot of these ones who come on visas and things to work are the best and brightest of those societies. And in fact, this was a reason why when they did the recent coverage of the NPI event in America, they were surprised to find there was a Sikh guy from India who had come over and who was saying, "I completely support this movement because guess what? The best people of India, the finest minds who would be, the leading class of the country are leaving to go to America while 40% of my countrymen don't know how to use a toilet." And that is a strong moral case for anywhere in the world, that it's an effect called brain drain. You take through the lure of wealth and other things, and you bring these people who in their own societies would be the Brahmin caste, would be the best people, and you remove them, and it keeps them in a cycle of poverty, essentially. It's quite cruel, actually, in a way.
So you put them on a boat and say, "Thank you, don't come again."
Well, they should go back. One of the things that I wanted to say with regards to, this conflict, and we've talked about this before on this podcast of, you should love everybody. And what you've got to understand is when contemporary people say this, and I'm talking about Christians and non-Christians, they are confusing two very easy to confuse concepts. And one is genuine Christian love, and the other is altruism. And
very true. There
is a section of this book that is reasonably well known. It's called Resentment by Max Scheler, who was critiquing Nietzsche. Now, he was half Jewish. He was raised by a Lutheran. It was a Lutheran and a Jew, but he converted to Roman Catholicism. And at that point, he became very defensive, or he wrote some pretty good defenses of Roman Catholicism, particularly against Nietzsche. Nietzsche came up with the concept of resentment, which is the idea that people internalize anger and rage that is impotent, that they can't actually act on, and then this later expresses itself very unhealthily. And he used that to describe Christianity, and love thy neighbor as thyself, things like that. This willingness to martyrdom, he described that as resentment. And Scheler wrote this book called Resentment, which was critiquing that and saying that Nietzsche actually had it wrong, and he was confusing the older concept of Christian love, which was a genuinely good concept, with a morally reprobate concept of altruism. And he wrote the following. He said, after describing true Christian love, he said, "But there is a completely different way of stooping to the small, the lowly, and the common, even though it may seem almost the same. Here, love does not spring from an abundance of vital power, from firmness and security. Here it is only a euphemism for escape, for the inability to remain at home with oneself. Turning towards others is but the secondary consequence of this urge to flee from oneself. One cannot love anybody without turning away from oneself. However, the crucial question is whether this movement is prompted by the desire to turn towards a positive value, or whether the intention is a radical escape from oneself. Love of the second variety is inspired by self-hatred, by hatred of one's own weakness and misery. The mind is always on the point of departing for distant places. Afraid of seeing itself and its inferiority, it is driven to give itself to the other, not because of his worth, but merely because of the sake that he is the other. Modern philosophical jargon has found a revealing term for this phenomenon, one of many modern substitutes for love: altruism. That's what we're seeing today, and it is not a product coming from a place of vital energy. It is coming from a place of self-hatred, which has been inducted into people at varying degrees across our entire, smorgasbord of nations, and it's now being expressed. And it's false to call it a true charity or a true love or true caring about people lower than oneself or in a more dire situation than oneself. That's not where it comes from. It's signaling.
It's very funny how right-wingers admire Nietzsche, because you mentioned at first that Nietzsche basically used the trope of if you suppress something, it will just bubble up to the surface. And this is a very leftist trope, because it's basically suggesting, go ahead, let go, sin, because it's just going to bottle up. You can't help but sin, so you might as well not try to suppress it. From a neurological standpoint, that is very wrong. The more you do something, the stronger the neural connections form. So by suppressing something, you are actually suppressing it. It won't bubble up.
I mean, Nietzsche was right to critique
deals
it.
With addicts, the person who deals with addicts will tell you that, going to a heroin addict and saying, "Oh, just do what you love best." No, that's the wrong thing to say to them.
Yeah. It's the Jewiest thing ever. Oh, don't suppress it. Yeah, you should suppress bad behavior.
Hey, whatever makes you happy, bro.
There's
My God doesn't judge.
Have you guys ever been to like a Christian date night or something? They'll do this at the Pentecostal church, where there'll be like a every first Friday in like 8 weeks, they'll get like this kind of strange lottery where they force people together. But it's really funny. They'll put the white men with the Asian women, and they'll put like some black men with like Hispanic women, and they do this deliberate multicultural dating.
Hell, get out of there, man. Get out. Get out. That's fucking.
But I noticed though that they always put the white men with the Asian females or something.
Dude, if it's sideways, run.
Okay. I mean, they're doing that on purpose.
I know. So if churches are like that, then how can you overcome that when this forced multiculturalism saying that, God's eye, love is everywhere compared to,
Well, I mean, it depends to what type of denomination you're in, what type of church structure you have. I mean, you could be in a situation where that's, I guess, your only option if that's what denomination you are, and you have to live with it. Or if you have some variety or choice. If you live in a city, if you're Catholic, there's a lot of Catholic churches. You can sort of shop around a bit. But
wasn't the Tower of Babel an analogy about hubris, and the punishment was racial division? People use this as they inverse the cause. I think in the Tower of Babel story.
Well, man was trying to ascend. Man was trying to ascend to the height of God.
The arrogance of a united humanity trying to rewrite the laws of God to compete with him. So the punishment was basically separation between people.
The punishment was the destruction of the tower. I mean, but because you can't really call it a punishment if it's just God saying, no, this is the order I established, and if I have to, I'm going to knock down. And yes, hubris does figure in it.
I was asking that. Were the races divided before the tower, or were they united, and in their hubris they got punished with being divided?
As if white people made the Tower of Babel first to show or some strange African race did it.
Yeah.
Well, if you believe in the curse of Ham, that gets really interesting.
It's not clear. It's not very clear, and the story is quite fleeting, as many of the early stories are, so you don't get a huge amount of details. The commentary I've heard has said that there was not a difference at the time between
okay.
human beings, because they had all come from they were all essentially a similar kind of environment, so none of those kind of adaptations or anything had taken effect, and they definitely all spoke the same language. Remember, at that time, language was synonymous with race, and was so up until the 1800s about. So when it says mix the tongues, that's the creation of the different languages, and that is basically a metaphor for the creation of different races. So people are scattered to, you know, all over the world, and thus develop differently, and they develop different preferences, different physiognomies, etc.
But once again, I think people always prefer to go with people like themselves. Now, not to bring in the scientific J. Philippe Rushton thing. It's just from what I've experimented from that whole diversity cultural night, that my two white friends said they were better off dating the Filipino women in their night and had something, because simply that they were Asian, or, you know, it's this strange thing where, once again, I think people need to be more honest that they prefer to be with people like themselves, or at least, you know, keep the races separate.
Yeah, kin preference is well-known phenomenon.
And Mark, your point about, you know, the altruism being confused with charity, you know. And when you mention self-hatred, that's another, you know, egregious misappropriation by secular society of a Christian virtue, which is humility. You know, humility is not self-hatred, but that's how a lot of Christians see it these days.
Yeah, everything has been blurred quite deliberately in many cases to entrap the Christian and to force him to go along with the agenda. Because he has an unsophisticated view of this love. I mean, it's quite hard for sort of normies to understand these things on a deeper level. And of course, there are very few people willing to explain this nowadays, especially.
Yeah, it was fine when we were homogeneous in our societies, but, you know.
Yeah, and we should say, you know, it's everybody recognizes in normal you know, going about the normal business rather than just in theory, that there is a difference between saying to a group of people, you can come and basically live in my house and eat my food and, you know, commit crimes where I am and do all sorts of other horrible things. And saying, okay, if I saw somebody of a different ethnic group, like drowning, like a child drowning, I'd jump in and try and save them. I think everybody would. This is how quite funnily critiques of people who try to critique Christianity from the right go and like look at the story of the Good Samaritan and say, well, that's cucking. The Samaritan should have walked on by and not helped this man because he was a different race in the road. And I'm trying to say to these people, that just means you're an asshole. That doesn't mean you're not. Do they honestly think that, like, you know, I don't know, somebody from England, although England didn't exist, of course, in like the 2nd century, if he had been walking along in China for some reason and had seen some kid in distress, he would have said, huh, savages, I'm not helping him. You know, no, people generally, there's this natural moral obligation, which exists beyond Christianity, by the way, that people will tend to help others regardless of their race. It's just that when you add in the racial component, you add in a new moral tier called moral duties, ahead of moral obligations. And moral duties you only have to your own people. You know, a good example is fighting in a war, right? I could be drafted to fight for my kin in a war, but if China tried to draft me for a war for China, I wouldn't be morally obligated to do that. So it's conditional, that moral obligation.
Especially with the Good Samaritan too, if I recall correctly, that was largely a swipe at the at the Pharisees for their views of charity. Because if I remember, I've got my Bible in front of me, I can probably go to it. But if I recall correctly, in the parable, the first two people to pass by the wounded man are a priest and a Levite.
Yes.
Which to the Pharisees, that would have made sense because, like, oh, this guy's bloodied. I can't touch blood before a ceremony. I'd be disqualified. So in their minds, it would be cool. And then the kind of the punch in the butt ending is, well, here's a Samaritan. He's an ethnic mutt to the Jews. You know, he's a descendant of Jews and Gentiles mixing together. And it's him that stops and says, whoa, I gotta help this guy, and actually steps in and does what the supposed religious Jews were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's another great example of him. A lot of basically almost all parables are some sort of veiled shot at the failure of that religious system to live up to its ideals and the ideals that it had to live up to.
There's a good interpretation of it actually expressed in an icon on one of the walls of our church, where it basically talks about how the priest and the Levite, they represent essentially the law and the prophets, and how the law and the prophets come and they're not able to raise man from their sin. And then the Good Samaritan obviously is Christ. And it's interesting too, because then at the inn he leaves them at, in this sort of picture of the parable, you see Christ and he leaves them at a church, and the innkeepers are Saints Peter and Paul, the apostles. So it's essentially Christ takes man and leaves them.
Oh yeah, wasn't it Augustine that kind of first came up with that interpretation?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to look into that.
It's quite esoteric. I like that.
To go back to the Babel thing, I was listening to Pastor Steven Anderson, and he got to the subject of race. And he said, oh, racism isn't in the Bible because the people at the Tower of Babel were descended from Noah's sons, and they had to mix between them. So that whole narrative is false. They were the same race. That's why I agree. They were the same race. Their punishment was to be different races and people, cultures, and ideology.
Interesting.
Well, if you want to go a step further with that, when you look in, I was just in there I left it. Oh, here we go. In Acts 17, Paul, he's talking to the Gentile philosophers in Athens, and he makes kind of he's talking about how before the coming of Christ, most of the world was ignorant of God's judgment, but then he makes a statement. Let's see here. He made from one man, obviously Adam, every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth, having determined their appointed times and the boundaries of their habitation. So here, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying this is the subject of his sermon. He's making kind of a passing comment, but even Paul seems to recognize that God, these borders that exist, these peoples, these different groups are there because God put them in place. And especially when you look at the early Jewish diaspora, God used that to spread the gospel throughout the empire, because he had all these Jews that had been spread out during the captivity or what have you, or because of trade or whatever, and they were living in all these different parts of the Roman Empire. They come to Jerusalem for the festival, they get converted at Pentecost, and now they go back out to all those different places with all those different ethnicities to kind of, for lack of a better term, start church planting.
Yeah.
So I mean, even here, Paul's recognizing, yeah, there are different people groups out there, and God even kind of uses, that's not only appointed by God, but he kind of uses that to his advantage. It's not a disadvantage, it's an advantage for him.
Is Pastor Anderson the one who's on video basically holding up the Bible and saying, look at this is your God?
I don't know. He's a young guy. He's blondish.
Oh, no. Different. I'm thinking of a different guy. Who am I thinking of?
No.
Somebody will tell me in the chat.
Right. This guy's alright, but he's cucking on race. He just married a black couple. I'm subscribed to his channel, and it was something like Adam and Jenny wedding or something.
I'll be honest with you guys. In the Pentecostal church, it's all white males marrying Asian females, but there is that rare case of when they're doing it with Jamaican females or something like that. I don't know. That seems to be the moral upright, but I'm going to be honest.
Man.
It's much more white male, Asian female happening.
Well, that's the core of white nationalism. Don't worry.
Yes.
What was it when Spencer went over to Japan and he was posting all those pictures? A lot of people were commenting on yellow fever or something.
Oh yeah, Spencer's girlfriend was Asian.
Japan. He went to Japan, totally not Thailand or something.
Well, Spencer's first girlfriend was I don't mean to be gossipy, but she was a Ron Paul advocate, and she was Asian, and basically Salon did a hit job on her, and now he's with a Russian RT. I don't want to give more details on that, but look, I think it's okay.
No, he divorced her. They're divorced now, I believe.
Yeah, Nina Byzantina.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to do gossip or anything, but that's just.
Oh my gosh! Did you hear about Richard Spencer's new girlfriend?
I know. I'm sorry. Like,
we're like a bunch of fanboys.
Nazi gossip.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, if he goes to Japan and guys, I call me a
Real
Housewives of Stuttgart. Call me a cuck. If he finds love, good for him. Okay.
I think he'd be drummed out if he did that as the leader of MPI.
Yeah, there are already people who don't accept John Derbyshire for that reason.
Oh yeah, and Rob.
I didn't know John Derbyshire had done that.
His wife is Chinese.
Yeah, well, Robert Weisberg is white too. It's not like they're telling Jared Taylor can speak fluent Japanese. You're surprised. I mean, I'm pretty sure Taylor at least dated a Japanese in his life. I would be so surprised if he has not.
Well, his wife is white, though, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he was married. Yeah.
White. I mean, he doesn't really talk about his family very much, but I know he said he has 2 daughters, and I guess
I'm married to a white woman with 2 daughters.
Dude, imagine getting good night stories from that man.
2 beautiful white children.
What were you saying, Gregory?
Imagine getting good night stories from that guy, bedtime stories.
And
then the emperor decided he would go out naked.
And the prince rode in on a white horse.
The moral of the story is whites deserve.
I'm pretty sure he's the most elitist guy. He's like, darling, have you learned your French and Japanese yet, and your violin lessons? You know, something super old and traditional.
I used to subscribe. I used to subscribe to Gavin McInnes, and he talks about families and child rearing and stuff like that. And he said, sorry for the language. He explained that there's no better sensation than coming and your wife knowing that you're making a baby. And you know who told me that? Jared Taylor.
Ew, that's weird. that's the way he put that line.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you hang out with Gavin McInnes.
Yeah.
He's been in his house, I think. Gavin said that Jared Taylor ate at his house.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that has happened.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I know Gavin McInnes has written pieces for Amran, so.
What's that? What's that one short video of Jared Taylor interviewing him? They're asking him about the Jews. You remember that? And he goes, "Looks white to me." He has a smile on his face.
Is that the one on Phil Donahue?
Yeah.
It might have been. It's an older clip.
Phil Donahue.
Yeah.
But it's not like he just said that. Like
he has this big grin on his face, like he's just dicking around.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I don't know. That's Jared.
It's not that I really cared.
Oh, just trolling.
But
was he the guy who wrote The Color of Crime?
Yes.
Well,
yeah, Jared
I think he commissioned the report or something. Like his organization released it.
You know, Jared Taylor is also came from missionary parents, and he might have some religious background, though. I don't know if he's an average churchgoer or his.
No, he's not.
I don't know. No. Right. He spoke against Christianity at multiple occasions. I listened to everything he's put out.
When did he do that, Gregory? I didn't hear that.
He was asked in an interview, I don't know with who, but he was asked, what do you think the reasons are for our decline? And he mentioned it's a possibility that Jewish intellectuals have something to do with this, that Christianity has something to do with that, in Christ, the idea that in Christ there's no Jew, no Gentile. And he said maybe all of these factors contribute.
Well, I think he's saying I don't know if he's necessarily saying that is what he thinks, just it's like a theory that could be part of it, but I mean,
would you say he has like a similar view to Dr. William Pierce that basically, not that William Pierce ever used this terminology, but Christianity kind of cucked Western civilization in a way?
No, I don't think he's too smart.
Here's
cause to a problem.
He's not Greg Johnson level. I don't think.
Well, my impression from Jared Taylor, from listening to him in interviews, I think he's kind of pro-Christian in a sense that he thinks it's part of European heritage, but he's not. Jared Taylor, like I've heard things he said that suggest that he kind of respects Christianity because he thinks it's part of who we are as Europeans, but it's like he's not a practicing.
It's not a living
practitioner of the
tradition
faith.
of him. No.
Yeah, that's kind of the same way as me. I mean, I would like to read more of the Bible and stuff. It's just maybe I'll get my groove and find the right church at the moment.
He's not a practicing atheist like Dawkins or something.
I never was an atheist. I never was an atheist.
Richard Spencer.
I know that one time when he was asked specifically, "Are you a Christian?" he just kind of refused to answer. He said, "I think religion is a private matter, so I'm not going to answer that question."
Yeah, I'm the same way.
That's a better position to hold than, sadly, some of the people in our movement. I mean, and I think most of us here, even though we're pretty much all practicing Christians, we kind of feel the same way about people who don't. It's like, okay, we are all kind of working together. So I mean, this is why we can respect someone like, well, we should respect everyone until we absolutely can't, but I do respect that. The same with Millennial Woes. It's like he's definitely not a Christian, but he's a good guy, and he's fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
But it's not good to sacrifice everything for a white nationalist cause, because there is this tendency to think to view kindness as weakness, and that's not who we are. Sorry to quote Obama, but that's not who we are. What made us better than the Asians in society was the fact that we had high trust society.
Yes.
Was the fact that millions of people in Europe in certain regions slept with their doors unlocked. You could trust your neighbor to do that. That is a product of Christian morality, because you don't get it in Europe, in pre-Christian Europe.
But we were open to it as Europeans, whereas other ethnic groups weren't.
Yeah, certainly. It's an interaction between the religion and the inherent spiritual / racial qualities of a given people. That's the tie-in. It's not this kind of like, people have this tendency to call it like a foreign import or something, but that kind of really sort of misunderstands the nuance behind it, in that once it comes to you, you change it. And in a way, I mean, it's not like Europeans adopted Christianity, but Europeans created European Christianity. Or I could probably be more particular, Greeks created Greek Christianity, Russians created Russian Christianity, and so on and so on.
I mean, even if you go back far enough in the West too, I mean, you had the Irish were using a different liturgy, a different rite. So were the Gauls. So were the Spaniards. I mean, it got pretty, diverse, really. But it was these different local regions and customs. Really.
I'll go even further than you guys and suggest that only East Asians and Europeans can be true Christians, because it's a very time preference based doctrine. No, seriously, we're ice people. We're used to waiting around and denying our bodies and everything that falls into Christianity. You can't get an African to be a Buddhist. He can't meditate for hours.
You're right. I have to agree with that too. It's just there's something weird with whites and East Asians with Christianity, that they relate too much together. And if you were to have really a quote unquote multicultural thing, it's only going to be a bond between white males and Asian females, or Asian males and white females. I don't know, but that's funny you point that out.
Yeah, but as Christians, you can. So even when we look at Christianity, when it's adopted in the third world, it's always a strange version of it. It's always not blended with paganism, because that's everywhere. But it's low time preference. They value the act of worship, but they don't really live the doctrine. I don't know if you met foreign Christians.
I mean, I can see how you're saying that too. But if you look and the situation in the Anglican and the Catholic churches, I mean, it's essentially the Africans that are preventing both of those communions from going off the rails.
That's a good point, isn't it?
Like blacks in the U.S. before desegregation, despite their biological tendencies, Christianity and the strict society reined those tendencies in.
I would say, what you could say about that is certainly African societies are more driven, more experientially driven, and more quite sort of emotionally driven. As such, it's harder to get them to rationalize like obviously sort of sickening things like for example, it's hard to get Africans to accept that sodomy is good or normal, because it's just a natural human kind of recoil from it, whereas we are kind of cursed with this ability to like over-rationalize and overthink it and then say, oh, actually, no, it's really good. Just, you know, deny.
Well, yeah, I
Same
think
with kin selection.
I think I brought this up in a previous hangout where I was talking with a African-British Christian acquaintance of mine, and I was talking to him about the state of Christianity in Africa. And one of the things he mentioned was that Africans are just by nature spiritual people. You know, you don't have very many Richard Dawkins of Africa. They just, whether they're, you know, crazy witch doctors or they're devout Christians or Ethiopian Orthodox or wherever you want to call them, they just naturally know there's a divine being or there's some kind of spirituality out there. They don't really need convincing with that. As opposed, like Mark was just saying, where in Europe you can over-rationalize to the point that you're drawing away from that and you are falling into full-blown atheism.
Are you guys familiar with the concept of the uncanny valley?
No.
You mean like with 3D films, 3D animated films?
Yeah, there's when trying to draw something, there you can either go full cartoonish or full realistic. When you go in between, the effect is weird and creepy. Think of dolls or something.
Or anime.
Or all those motion capture films.
Anime.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to introduce the uncanny valley of IQ, a middle point that makes atheism likely, because very, very dumb people don't question much, so they're religious, and that's not to their detriment. Very smart people ponder profound concepts, and they wind up religious. But it's that 110, 120 IQ range that really spawns a lot of atheists, because you're just smart enough to read a book, but just dumb enough to not ponder it. Seriously, that middle range IQ, it's
liberalism. It's this obsession with liberty that you can do whatever you want. You get caught up with this individualist, autonomized individual identity, and you don't realize that there's a greater thing in life. I love Martin Heidegger, and Martin Heidegger pretty much says that there is a religious life, you know?
We should say that there's probably about 2% of the world's atheists are what I'd call intellectual atheists. Like Nietzsche was an intellectual atheist. He was somebody who very deeply considered the philosophical points and arrived at a conclusion. Most people who say I'm an atheist are either A, doing it because they've been told to do it, or B, doing it to kind of signal, which is another form of being told to do it. So it's not like when I say over-rationalize, I don't mean that like everybody can do it, because obviously there's a variation within every given population. But it seems our very high-end people, like our kind of Brahmin class, are at the level where they can kind of rationalize themselves into silliness and ridiculousness, whereas that's not the case for example, Indians, who, you know, leave out the Africans for a moment. I mean, the Indians are an Indo-Aryan whatever people, and they, you know, you don't have that there. They don't have that kind of tradition of over-rationalizing things, nor do Asians really, I don't think. And I'm not sure what it is about Asians, because Asians, they're not spiritual in the same way black people are spiritual, but
Asian-Aryan? I don't know.
They don't
have you ever noticed most quote-unquote Eastern religions, they're not really, when you get to the core, they're not really religions, they're more philosophies.
But that wasn't always the case. That should be said. I mean, that's a sort of trend set by Confucianism, and obviously we should remember that Buddhism was started in India. But prior to that, prior to having Confucianism, China had essentially a monotheistic religion. It was a gradated monotheistic religion, but it was a full-blown monotheism, essentially. It's probably why Christianity has had...
heavily family-oriented.
Yeah. But the philosophies are just ways to kind of replace religions. I mean, Greece had that for a while, where for a while, I mean, the philosophies were more important than the gods, really.
I probably said this before, but I find Nietzsche to be far closer akin to us than a kind of sort of radically anti-metaphysical atheist. I mean, he wasn't really, I can't actually remember his position on metaphysics, but I just find his method was very much more in the wisdom tradition, if anything.
Isn't Nietzsche very good at, I think Nietzsche is very good at reading the human animal, but he doesn't get the soul.
Well, the interesting thing about Nietzsche was he was not into scientism. For example, he didn't actually think that science was very useful because he thought that science
you don't
was.
mean he didn't like I fucking love science on Facebook, do you?
Well, no, it's the thing. Nietzsche was not like somebody who argued for atheism from like evolution or anything like that. He actually thought that science could always be manipulated and misunderstood by the human mind because he knew that the human mind was frail. So it's actually very interesting. I didn't know that about him until a few weeks ago. He didn't approach atheism from that kind of scientific, like Neil deGrasse Tyson type of
science man. Yeah.
We don't need philosophy, yo.
Yo, motherfuckers need
it's like
Kierkegaard. In this
Black science man is my favorite memes.
I was saying it was just like Kierkegaard, where you go through a phase of just philosophy and then you come to this realization of Christianity. It's kind of like Yukio Mishima, you go through that gay phase and then you come through this macho, there are phases certainly to every intellect.
You just lost me there.
We don't call it the gay phase. We call it the Richard Spencer or Jack Donovan phase.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm.
Well,
Jack
even
Donovan
Julius Evola had a phase where he was into Dada, which was extremely considered in retrospect a degenerate art form.
Yeah,
that was in part of it. I mean, Hitler hated Dadaism and had those painted burned everywhere. So it's quite weird that then not long after, one of the most prolific Dada painters was actually studying at the SS Annenherbe with Heinrich Himmler, and people say, people do go through a phase. I think
having studied Dada artwork, I have a feeling 90% of those guys, when they heard their paintings were burned, were probably like, no,
they probably didn't care. Yeah, we've been actually.
But I mean, if you look at, the Pepe, the meme art, this is very much a Dadaist.
I was going to say that
in a kind of neo-Dadaist movement.
We've been talking about that. Yeah. That meme magic is kind of almost a symbolic reference back to the Dada period, right before the rise of fascism.
Oh yeah.
Well, especially if you read about like Marcel Duchamp. Marcel Duchamp was a Dada artist, and he just trolled the art world at the time.
Yeah, it was an appeal to complete chaos. It was against the bourgeois norms of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I don't know if you guys know the story, but he was judge of an art show in I think New York City. And he was walking through the city, and he came across this building that had been torn down, and there was a urinal there. And he took the urinal, he submitted it under another name, and called it the Fountain.
Armut. Turned upside down, didn't he?
Guys, it's in Philadelphia, and I see it many times. It's right there, and it's funny to see it in person. It is really a piece of trash with Armut on it. So it's
what's even funnier is that this thing there's two of them in Paris.
Oh,
there's one in the puppet.
Well, here's kind of an unfortunate truth.
So the joke just keeps going. I mean,
here's the unfortunate truth. There's probably no original Marcel Duchamp artwork, with one or two exceptions, because like I said, he would do them. He would troll people, and they just throw them away. He's like, I don't care. I'll make something next week.
Interesting.
There was a Family Guy joke about the Fast and the Furious, and someone was saying that the Fast and the Furious has hours and hours of hardcore gay porn, but we don't show it to American audience. We show it in France. They get it all. Of course, the French have 2 urinals.
Huh. That's like
what?
No, I'm thinking. Sorry. No, I'm just thinking. Compared to that, to like, I don't know what I'm thinking about now. Sorry.
Mind freeze.
Yeah.
I'll say, to kind of get us to it. I don't want to change subjects, but I was kind of wanted to bring up this point. Was I was thinking about how to get Christianity growing and revitalizing again in Europe, and I was thinking one of the things that Christianity is missing today is something like, if you look at the mosques and the Muslims, they're actually doing something that the Christian churches are not doing. So I think the mosques are providing some sense of community. They're providing like a purpose. They're providing, some sort of economic stability, some sort of networking. And I think Christian churches today have lost that. I think we don't we don't really provide that anymore, and we've sort of become sort of like like someone else said earlier, like a lifestyle or a hobby.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in America, things have become, you know, so completely atomized. When I was growing up, I was Catholic. And in American Catholicism, in many ways, you have people who just come, take communion, and leave. They don't even wait for the end of the Mass. And so it's this attitude that I show up, you know, I get my Jesus cookie, and I go home. I don't interact. I don't have any sense of.
I know what you're talking about, because like Christianity, to me, especially where I am from, it could mean one, you know, it could mean like you're a nice guy, you don't drink, you don't do drugs, but into the alt-right terminology, it means you're a beta cuck or something like that, you know. How can you distinguish between the two of just being something a righteous life than just being called a beta or some kind of, you know.
Well, betas aren't that bad. They're the backbone of society, honestly. If we had only alphas, we would kill each other. Each of us would have 20 girlfriends with baby mamas. We would be blacks.
Exactly.
They just need to be ruled, and they're currently not being ruled.
If people say, "Oh, you're a beta," as like an insult, that they really actually don't understand that kind of gradient. Like most men in societies are betas. I think what they actually mean is like omega males or something like that.
I'm pro beta, so yeah, I don't care if you call me a beta male. I would be like here's the thing, it's like Christianity, we're talking about, you know, if you want to be more into it, you know, you definitely got to read the Bible and know more stuff about it. But it seems to me that people who read the Bible today, it's just like you said, it's a lifestyle thing, and people are living out this Wes Anderson film stuff white people like role playing, where it's just the good guy, you know.
I'd actually disagree with the idea that to be sort of this true Christian, you've got to be like a Bible scholar. I've got to read the Bible loads. I haven't read the Bible hugely. I mean, I've read it, but I haven't learned it. I mean, we've had people on before in these hangouts who have been Bible whizzes and can cite you off a chapter and verse wherever. And I don't think this is in keeping with the Christian history. What am I better to do? Am I better to read the Bible and interpret it through my own mind, which I know for a fact is infected by this modern era we live in, and that I see things even now, even given my current political stance, there is still a cloud that I cannot see things in the way that they were originally meant at the time in the given context. And when I say at the time, I mean anything really prior to French Revolution. I would consider they had the same kind of presupposition, same mindset. Or am I better to go back and actually look at the commentaries, beliefs, practices of the great saints, the people who lived at the time when it was a traditional society? Which am I better to do? I think I'm better to do the latter rather than spend my time on the former.
Big issue is, at least in Western society, you don't even have that, because the church as a whole is so infected from top to bottom that even the pastors or the clergy, what have you, they don't even fully understand the Bible or what it says. On any maybe superficial menu or superficial understanding. I mean, like I got in a conversation with a gentleman who had left a mega church, and he said that most of the leaders there, they could probably mention one or two church fathers, if that, or just great men in church history. You know, I mean, you go out into your average Christian bookstore, and you have even supposed, these great Bible teachers that everyone flocks to and quotes on Facebook, and they're quoting Jeremiah 29:11 like it's this great promise of wealth. And it's like, you read that verse in context, and it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like, read it. It's about God. It's just God promising He's going to restore Israel after He punishes them greatly. No one ever reads that part. So I think the problem is the infection in the West goes even deeper than that, because you have this progressive, even in the so-called conservative or right-wing churches, you have a kind of soft progressive mindset, and even a soft progressive look at church history and scripture, where, you know, it'd be great, you know, because obviously historically even Protestants have said, yes, you need a teaching authority. You can't just be me and my Bible under a tree. That's not what sola scriptura is, despite what Catholic Answer says. But even with a teaching authority now, because that teaching authority is so infected, you've got that to deal with. And that's why you have guys like John Piper, who is a supposedly great Bible teacher, saying, well, let's let all the Muslims in so we can witness to them. Or even one time he said, oh, if a guy came in with a gun and wanted to kill my wife, I'd let him, because if I stopped him, then I wouldn't be able to witness to him.
Well, that's actually why I've talked about the necrocracy as an important concept for basically any religion, is that if I can go back and I can actually find an early Christian figure, it doesn't even have to be a saint really, but an early Christian figure who's living a traditional Christian life closer to the time that the actual events occurred, and it contradicts with something even that a priest is saying today, I will fall back on the earlier interpretation rather than the modern interpretation. And I think we can actually, I believe in our ability to at least interpret what people have said about the Bible, because those aren't esoteric texts, those are just analyses in a way. So if I can read St. John Chrysostom, for example, and read his kind of ideas on Christianity, I'm going to take those far more seriously than anything even my priest at the church today says. And I'm able to do that due to the church tradition. And that kind of keeps you in touch with the past. It keeps you kind of grounded in an actual reality rather than the fantasy that we live in today. Always look to the historical opinions. They overrule what we have today in virtually every case.
Well, I agree with what Mark says too, to a large extent. But even if you look at the life of a contemporary figure in Orthodox Christianity, Father Seraphim Rose, and if you read a lot of his writings and stuff, or a lot of his more pastoral writings, he stresses continually the need to sort of unite yourself to some sort of living tradition. Yes, a lot of us geographically, do not have access to people who, can interpret things correctly. But for those of us who can, even with the internet, it's a great resource to, connect people together. There are, I think, still ways, you're not entirely lost on your own attempting to interpret the past. There are people today who do keep these traditions alive. And if you're able to, you should unite yourself to them.
Yeah, Ian and I were discussing the other night something kind of similar to this. And this is something that we should be, not just joyous about. Those of us who are part of the alt-right, part of a move towards traditionalism. It's this link that used to just be taken for granted between, at any given time, your link with those who came before and those who are yet to come. And that's been severed. And that's kind of a big part of what we're looking to reestablish.
At the core of basically hardcore communists believe in the tabula rasa. Each person is born a blank slate. Liberals don't go that far. They say, well, we may not be equal, but each person has the potential for kindness and goodness. And what we conservatives, reactionaries, fascists, etc. believe is that man is a beast, a corrupt beast. Hold out the power for 2 days and you'll get your answer about the nature of man. And man must be ruled. Man must have a benevolent force guiding his path through history.
The betters must rule the inferiors.
Yes, of course.
Exactly.
And even the betters must submit themselves to the laws of the universe and God.
It's a moral hierarchy. It's not a hierarchy
exactly.
necessarily of even intelligence or anything like that. When you have a natural caste system, it naturally works out that the people who are least capable of the highest virtues are on the bottom. The people who are most capable, of which there is a smaller number, are concentrated at the top, because what is good in man must rule over what is evil.
And I like this European concept because I understand the fear. People fear a tyrannical dictator. And I don't know which show I listened to, but there was a show talking about the difference between Asian despots, who basically are gods on earth and can massacre you at a whim, and the European thought of a king as the first among equals.
Yes.
Even the king is subject to the law. He can't break it. He risks his legitimacy when he does. So he has authority, he has power, But he is, think of a prime minister among ministers. He's not made from a different cloth. He's just the first among equals.
That sounds like Henry V compared to Mao Zedong, and it seems like Henry V.
Exactly. Or Stalin. Stalin erased entire demographics and people by the millions. That's an Asian despot. That's really dehumanizing a colony of ants. I don't want my society becoming that. I want an honorable ruler subject to the laws of gods and men.
Yeah, kings are big when they do what they must, small when they do what they will.
Yes.
Which is the thing, they have to do what they must.
Primo de Rivera, the Spanish Falanges, he was writing on liberalism and just how corrupt its view of morality is. And he said that the people in the Middle Ages living under a tyrannical king, they actually had it better because there was a universal moral law that they could appeal to. They understood they were being tyrannized, whereas people in a liberal democracy, they can't say that. I mean, even look now, where if I tell my daughter, no, homosexuality is wrong, you know, it's a sin, it's a crime against nature, and the government comes and takes her away from me, and I say, hey, that's tyranny, the majority of Americans can say, no, it's not, you're being a jerk. The government has the right to do that because you're a jerk. Whereas throughout most of history, even the most tyrannical king would have said, whoa, even I wouldn't have gone that far.
No, they wouldn't have taken your there's you can point to no regime pre-Enlightenment that would have taken your children away. They'd have just seen no point in it.
Well, basically, you can mold them. The old types of tyrants understood the nature of man, so you can mold a person to serve in an army if you can convince them. However, this liberalism is against human nature, so you have to teach it young and you have to teach it often and frequently. Because if you don't apply the stimulus, it's unnatural. Your body and your psychology will resist it. Every time you get punched by a black person, every time you feel terrified at night at the ATM, you need this reinforcement because your instincts are screaming, get out of there. This is not normal.
It feels as though that the whole liberal society are a bunch of sinners and that people sin, like they'll be, gay and then they'll sin, but then they'll repent and do something later. As if, like, I feel today, if you were to give like a Christian alt-right criticism on our liberal democracy, it's as if everyone is sinning, but if people were to repent, they would all become red-pilled or alt-right. I don't know where I'm going on this.
Here's the thing with this. People often try. I was talking to a workmate a few days ago, and she basically said the same thing. Oh, I'll be a sinner and I'll repent when I'm old. God knows when you're doing him. And as a person who went through genuine regret, it's torturous. I wouldn't wish it on genuine. Honest regret is horrible. You wouldn't want to, and only after you go through that are you sincere and want to repent. It's not like a diet. Oh, I'll start tomorrow. No, regret is awful. You live with guilt, paralyzing guilt.
Well, the soteriology of leftist thought is really Pelagianism when you think about it, because it's this mindset that, yeah, like you said, we're born a clean slate, and Jesus is not so much our savior as, well, he's a good example. And you try to follow that good example, and if you fall short, well, you just pull your boots up and you try to follow that example a little bit better, when that's not the case at all. There's no concept in leftist thought that you have sinned against a higher power and are deserving of a infinite judgment.
Yeah, and then you have like the people like I have a friend who's like a PhD. He's pretty much a cultural Marxist. He's a Catholic, and he inserted himself into the Catholic Church to guide it towards the stuff that he wanted.
Just join the Pentecostal Church. It's already like that.
The only sin in leftism is judgment. Everything is permitted. Everything, you can't deny yourself something. If you deny yourself something, even if you want to deny yourself something, oh, you're just duped by the patriarchy. Oh, it's just your Christian programming. You're not allowed. The only thing that you're not allowed to do in liberalism is to judge others.
Well, the greatest evil for them is suffering. They hate suffering, and they don't understand the value of suffering.
Well, they enjoy the suffering of their enemies, as we've seen with Millennial Woes. But
And the inevitability of suffering.
Yeah.
Well, I would enjoy
their peace theory and things.
I would enjoy the suffering, to be honest, of many of my enemies. It's not that they are especially sadistic; it's that they see Millennial Wolves as basically subhuman. He's a Nazi.
Oh, yeah.
You kill him in video games, for God's sake.
Yeah, but I don't see those people as my enemies. They've done nothing to me. They're not my personal enemies. I don't know any of them. They're not enemies in that sense. I want to see them brought to justice. It's not a matter of revenge for me. I see it as a matter of punitive justice, which should be carried out against them.
Yeah.
Maybe I take it to personal because I feel it every time someone dies in Europe. I feel like my brothers are dying.
Yeah, you can feel that, but again, I mean, is that personal in the same way that, I don't know, somebody who came up to you at a bus stop and slapped you, which is of course some of the examples from the Bible. You know, slap someone on the cheek.
Forgive that.
Yeah, you should. But there are some people who wouldn't. I mean, if in some societies you go up and slap someone, they'll try and kill you probably.
Yeah.
But that's again deliberate misinterpretation of events. There's a reason why what we are told when we are told to turn the other cheek is in response to somebody slapping somebody. That's literally it. It's for these kind of minor transgressions which give us personal enemies, and you know, your members of your family can become your enemy in that sense. It's not for people who are actively trying to wipe out an entire nation or destroy sacred traditions, or you know, are sadistically harming adults or children or whatever. For those people, no, unrelenting justice must be served. That's what Ilian taught us. You know, there's this distinction between political enemies and personal enemies, and one is a lot more serious because really the political becomes the spiritual in that sense, and a spiritual enemy is, I mean, it's demonic. It's essentially satanic. You can't differentiate the two, and so you've got to see it in that respect, and thus you can't give it any Christian mercy. It's not deserving of it. It's not of the same order. It's again a category error, as we say. So
I think we see people as our enemies because we, you know, what happened with woes, because we imagine ourselves in that position, and in a visceral sense, you know, we do see them. You know, it's like a family member in a way.
Yeah, in a way, I guess I would say that. I mean, you wouldn't want impartial judges of a case to think that way. I think that can actually be quite dangerous. Obviously, that's there for a reason. There's a reason we empathize. But if we want to do sort of true justice, it has to be from the basis of not putting ourselves necessarily in people's shoes, but looking at the act themselves and what drives the act and what motivates the act. And what happened to woes was motivated by a pure signal-driven sadism on behalf of these parasites, these millipedes. And you know, that's all they're deserving of is very clear. And I'm hoping that the guys who were working with TRS, etc., and Daily Stormer are gathering this information that's going to be required to get these people known and to get their names out there and their addresses and everything.
Yeah, it's happening, and you know, you can't take it personally to the extent that you you just become a mindless mob.
Because then you'll end up upset at everything. I mean, there's so much going on. You'd just be a ball of rage, wouldn't you?
Well, I think we're trying to learn how to balance all of the emotion that because you know, the thing to remember is that people like us we've kind of been in this space for some time now, and we've for the most part gotten over you know, the moral nausea, and and there are other people who we're going to have to learn how to manage them, and of course there are times when the mob is useful, unfortunately, you know, as much as we don't like to admit that. But until we get to the point where we become a well-organized machine where enough of us are awake and we do decide to do something which, you know, will be ugly in some respects, but in other respects will avoid ugliness in the future. You know, until that time comes, we're trying to, I think, learn how to balance all this.
I don't think we can salvage anything. The corruption is too deep. Basically, society needs a hard reset, some kind of so. And we are gonna have to be the guys who said, "I told you so," and now let's rebuild.
Yeah, it needs a Kalki avatar to cleanse the world and to plunge it into what I've sort of modeled my prediction and worldview on is the idea that we've got this kind of upside down pyramid, which is like the caste system inverted. Evola called it the regression of the castes. And basically, to get the pyramid upright again, it's not a matter of rotating it. It actually has to fold in on itself. So it's got to collapse down to this single point, which is a line, which is like the nadir, which is where everything is chaos. There's no certainty in anything. It's a pure leap of faith. And then you go through to the other side, and the hierarchy rises again. And this is why I haven't really been as critical of like chaos magic or meme magic or this kind of irreverence on the alt-right as some other very serious individuals have of it, because while I think it doesn't have any constructive value, it's not going to build anything.
Has the alt-right made Donald Trump win, or at least have some alt-right magic in that, or nah, not really? I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, I don't consider Donald Trump to be... Donald Trump I consider just a means to an end. I have a very cynical view of Donald Trump in his utility and usage to us. He's not,
he's our best option at this point. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. He's a means to it.
I've gotten some people triggered this week, doubting that.
Your skin color makes people triggered. You don't have to say a thing.
Yo man, what that mean? What that mean? yo,
Henry,
Ian, who does hunky? Who does hunky?
Are we about to experience our first Christian Hangout chimp out?
Possibly.
Christian chimp out, yeah. Excellent.
You need a drop with chimp sounds.
Yeah. But there's something...
I wish I could do sound drops. I've actually made some sound drops, but I don't have a soundboard to use them for.
So you need an ancient Gregorian chant, and on the background chimp noises to reflect the chimp Christian.
Guys, can we just remember that we some of us are in hate speech countries?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's just remember that. Those were very innocent zoo imitations.
Yes.
And we do not promote. We do not promote hate.
Yeah. So something rather ominous, which was.
Please don't arrest Mr. Citadel. None of us
they
can
won't.
do his accent.
I'll be okay. Don't worry. But something rather ominous.
You're not kind of like cross burning?
No, I'm not. Something ominous was said by. Shut up a second. Something ominous was said by one of the sort of thought leaders of the traditionalist school, Fritjof Schuon, who said 3/4 of the world would eventually have to perish for being profane. And I don't know if that is correct, but that could, I mean, if you're considering the kind of seismic hard reset that I would consider, then that may turn out to be very accurate. In which case, I don't think we can kind of shy away from that. That's something that may have to naturally occur in order for normalcy to be returned. You know, it's like a shock therapy. It's like it's like when somebody has a heart attack and you do the what's it called, the EKG or whatever, to
the
defibrillator. That's it. Just shock them back to reality. I don't think we can kind of be afraid of that.
Well, even animals turn more conservative when they're in danger. That's the point. Liberalism can't survive a hard reset.
It takes a forest fire to clear the way for a new forest to grow from the ashes, from the fertile soil.
It's quite possible that there will be some sort of return of tradition before the end of time. I know that there's quite a few prophecies that deal in the Russian tradition with there being a czar at the end of time. I know the Greeks have their whole thing about Constantinople.
Yeah. I mean, the whole question about end of days things, I've long sort of dismissed it as irrelevant, because I've said that, okay, if we know we're heading towards a collapse, then the question is that the end? Is that the final collapse, the eschatological collapse? And my sort of thesis on it was, if it is, then that's just irrelevant. There's nothing you can do about it. So just forget it. Whereas even if there's a 1% chance that it isn't, and in fact it's just the beginning of a new cycle, and in fact the real end may be thousands and thousands of years in the future. And we know from history that a lot of people have thought, I'm living in the end times. Turns out they weren't.
And even if
we're just living in a end time.
Even if it's just 1% chance, you should expect that 1% and should work on the basis of that 1%, because the other 99%, if that's true, then there's nothing you can do anyway. So it's just irrelevant.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're supposed to resist it anyway.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's not like the end one you're supposed to give into. I mean, think of the two witnesses in the book of Revelation. I mean, they prophesy, they resist. Like, our prophetic call does not end just because it's possibly the end time. And I grew up just drinking eschaton, but I tend to not.
That's not what I was
much
suggesting.
anymore.
No.
We should anticipate another 1,000 years of human life at the very least.
It seems like there's a huge obsession in the alt-right, especially I'm thinking of the Julius Evola with the whole Kali Yuga, and that there's an independent race war about to be coming, you know, compared
I don't
to
think Kali Yuga's linked to race war.
I know, yeah. I'm just saying.
Race war is more of an American.
Yeah.
Who wrote that book? That was about the Day of Rope. What was that?
William Pierce. Yeah,
William Pierce. Yeah, that's it.
That's where that comes from. A lot, and it just seems like there is this reoccurring.
Yeah, that was the Turner Diaries
in the alt-right, where you got to prepare because race war is coming out, and there'll be a great, you know. And it seems to me,
it's going to be your government butchering you guys.
It's going to happen in 24 hours, and you just always have to be prepared, comparing to just living the good life, or at least rolling by the Jesus example and showing, you know. It's an interesting thing, though, that's happening in the alt-right.
I'm not telling people to stock up on seeds or lentils or anything. I think those people are probably the first to go in a collapse scenario. People who survive collapse scenarios are usually people with strong community ties. You know, they've got people around them rather than the people who hoard the most shit. You know, those people usually end up getting robbed very quickly. But
you just don't tell anybody.
People know. Well, people can't stop blabbing about it, can they? They're always like sort of over. Oh, I bought my nascent iodine today. I've got my super male vitality.
Well, yeah,
you don't know about the fluoride in the water. I've got propure filters on deck.
The YouTube idiots, the ones that go on and tell everybody.
Yeah. Or how many cans of soup do you have? You're going to die before me.
But you have people who don't talk about it too.
Yeah.
There was a Guardian writer. I think he had a book. It was by John Gray. It was called Black Mass. It was about apocalyptic religion and the death of utopia, where I think in that book he basically argued through a liberalism thing where what motivates quote-unquote ideology is that people are upset that the world's going to die tomorrow. So they get people in fear, you know, hence fascism or some, you know, national socialism. And then people believe in these things. And so, you know, one of the criticism against the alt-right is that they're saying we fear that something bad is going to happen when there are legitimate reasons that you would be concerned about a decadent society or try to be better yourself.
Well, because liberalism believes ultimately in the end of history. It believes that all that stuff is over. If you point to societies in the past that have collapsed and nations and peoples that have disappeared, they'll say, well, that was then, this is now. We're different. We're special. Ours will be. They really actually do believe in the 1,000-year Reich. It's just their Reich. The thing is that it's nonsense. I mean, entropic factors are speeding up gradually over time. And I certainly believe it's within my lifetime. Within my lifetime, this society will cease to really exist.
This is sort of a Ramsey Paul talking point, but we're the true multiculturalists because the guys who want to turn the entire planet into swipples tell us that, oh, you're there. I asked someone about this. Tell me how the Taliban can keep their culture and your multicultural order with your liberal laws. Tell me how Muslims can be true Muslims and still keep their culture while living under liberal rule. It's impossible. They
can't, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
It's insane.
No. It's not about they shouldn't. These people claim that they are for all cultures. So how can the Taliban keep their culture? It shows the hypocrisy of their methods.
I think it boils down to their complete mindset is, I mean, leftists really believe their own propaganda, so to speak. I mean, that's why you have Bernie Sanders blowing a gasket at who's the one black Republican candidate for president?
Ben Carson.
Carson, yeah.
Ben Carson, yeah, thank you. Ben Carson. When Ben
50
Carson
Cent?
said that, you know, a Muslim couldn't be president, and he was right. Sorry, but Bernie Sanders came out and he's like, oh, you know, you don't judge people by their religion, you judge them by their beliefs. And I heard that, and I'm like, you dunderheads, do you really not think religion affects your belief? Do you really think that
it's
for
like
people
saying,
around the world, those are polar opposite things? But that's how leftists see religion. To a leftist, you can say, oh yeah, I'm a follower of Christ, and not believe a single word Christ said. But they think, but the Muslims think like that. They think Hindus think like that. They think other people.
Yeah, religion to them is like this, like we were talking about. It's like a hobby. It's like a
market
pastime.
value. You choose your religion because
Sort
you
of
feel like it.
you don't judge
cultural
people by
identity.
their. You don't judge people by their weight. You judge them by their mass. it's logic. Seriously, you don't judge people by their religion. You judge them by their beliefs. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, especially for a Muslim. For a Muslim, you can't separate the two.
Well, you can't separate them from goats, but that's another problem.
Most historical.
Wasn't Michael Enoch saying something along the same lines in a recent episode of The Daily Show that like these liberals who say like, well, I'm for freedom of religion. They're like, well, Islam is fundamentally incompatible with freedom of religion because they don't believe that in having a society where there are any non-Muslims. So it's like by supporting freedom of religion, you're inherently like anti-Muslim. So really, it's a sort of self-contradictory philosophy.
Yeah. By supporting, I don't know, intact women, you're against the freedom of religion.
It's really trying to whitewash every single person on the planet so they can be white people. It's
it's
really
bullish.
Yeah.
It's like Mr. CITADEL said, it's 1,000-year Reich of pause, a rainbow Reich.
And it's just white people. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like a self-tripped white guilt person. I think this is why people turn to white guilt, is because they understand the race question. They just hate themselves and don't understand when it should be, no, you shouldn't be taking other non-whites to be white. You should just understand that race is different. But then somehow something gets convoluted and then they're like, oh, I hate myself for being white because I do these things. It's retarded.
No. It's basically they understand I was a liberal, quite Marxist actually. And you basically think that the default human condition is, I don't know, a New Yorker. And everything that stands between a person becoming that, it must be some exterior factor. It's conspiracy. We all are liberals in our natural state.
It's as if people who believe in white privilege have it right, but they have it wrong because they hate themselves. And if only it was white advocate replaced with privilege, you know?
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, I go back to the Arabic Christian that I mentioned at the beginning of the hangout. You know, I don't see him as inferior. I don't see him. I didn't look down at him. You know, when he sent me a DM and started asking me questions, I didn't respond back, hey, F you towel head, blah blah blah, or whatever. You know, we have a great conversation going on right now, but I recognize he comes from a different culture. He comes from different people. He's got, you know, he was telling me about his monarch and the traditions of his people, and he was proud of their history. And you know, I'm reading all this. I'm thinking, well, good for you, man. But it's not mine. But I'm okay with that.
Two things. First, you can judge a man's character by how he talks with his inferiors. So you pass that point.
Woo.
And the second, you don't judge him. Of course, if we're talking about engineering or astrophysics, odds are he's going to be your inferior. But if you're talking about simply being a person and not being a douchebag, yeah, you should give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. And being in touch with sort of his rootedness, I mean, he's probably got one over on all of us. We're stuck in this this hell, really.
I'm worried about
Oman's pretty good. From what I've heard.
His woman won't say, I don't need no man.
No, well, God, no. They never say shit like that over there.
Well, so I think he's available, so any ladies listening.
Yeah. Ask Gregory Carlin.
If you're listening to this.
I'm worried about is that in the future, if multiculturalism and diversity, what we still have in America, continues, I feel like white liberals are just going to biasly choose Asian wives, like, right? Because they can only be the like whitewashed people. And then they're going to have like white Asian children generation. And then it's like they're half white and they can't believe that they're white and they got to be Asian. And so what happens is white genocide, and then China being the center of the world, but then China having everything on a wax museum and creating this crazy, you know, it seems like the death of white civilization, but the creation of a Asian, Aryan, white Asian people if this trends continue. Because I really don't think a lot of
they should stop Loogie.
I mean, I go to school with a lot of Chinese people. They come here, take our engineering degrees, and go back home.
Yeah,
they're really not interested in us.
Yeah.
Its Hispanic birth rate way outpaces.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's the thing. It's and I always stress this. It's not race mixing that is really driving demographic change. It's simply birth rates.
And
that's what's doing it. Race mixing is still today, even regardless of what bank commercials try to tell you, is quite rare. People rarely settle down with people of different races today, statistically. Most people prefer to stay on their own, but white people just don't have children, whereas other groups have, I think they've got children coming out of their ears.
Well, we come from the other side of the Hodgson line.
Well, you got a lot of whites that are like, you know, going towards Asians because I think because cultural Marxism has messed up a lot of Western women, and they don't have traditional values.
I got like two white friends who like are red-pilled and they read Radix Journal, and they all got Asian girlfriends, and one guy's going to get married and have children with her. And it's just like, what are you going to do at that point?
Yeah, there's this contingent that does that, and there's a contingent that of white women who date black men.
Yeah,
these things happen, but as I say, it's the fact that we have these kind of hedonistic cultures, hedonistic lifestyles, and a socioeconomic system that prevents us from having bringing children into a stable environment. I mean, that's another thing to talk about. We typically inherently don't like bringing children into environments that we don't think will be conducive to a good future, whereas other races don't think that way. They don't have that kind of trigger.
The Russian classic RK is really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll think if I have lots of children, some of them may die, but you know, we'll just kind of the shotgun approach. Whereas I think Europeans often are more focused on, if I'm going to take the effort to bring even 1 or 2 or 3 for each one, I want to, you know, make a nest. I want it to have a good chance rather than just kind of machine gunning the wall and hoping that
the economy is so skewed because to be a white person today, you got to be like go to an expensive college and live in an expensive place, and you can't afford it. And so the white working class.
That's what I said. It's the entire socioeconomic system. It's not just hedonism. It's not just condoms or birth control or abortion or anything like that. It's the economic system disallows us from having large families. It's simply not economically viable for you to do so and have any kind of comfortable or secure life in the West anymore. It's just not.
And I think also true, the most important thing is
that our expectations are a bit blown too, I think.
It's also feminism too. I mean, you probably heard this over and over again, but I think feminism is really harming the white woman. And it's just, you can't even approach girls today because they get so convoluted with feminism. It's almost like they don't know themselves. It's basically an immature stance of saying, I don't know the world, or, you know.
Well, it's also age as well. We have to do these things older now. Like, what's the average marital age in America?
It's like 30.
5, I think. Yeah,
it's creeping up on 30, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And just think, like,
for men,
500 years ago in Europe, people getting married in their mid-teens. Really?
Yeah. I mean, my great grandmother was married when she was 16.
Yeah, that was only that's normal. That's what's called normal.
I wish that happened.
But there's this great lie out there that getting married young is bad. That's what people are being fed. And I'm not saying I support it. I call it a lie. I think, to me, it's more about personal maturity than age, physical age. But you've got that, and you've got people saying, oh, have more sexual partners so you're more experienced for marriage or something. Or, oh, you should live together beforehand so you know if you're compatible. Even though, statistically speaking, people who live together have a higher chance of divorce or breakup. But they're fed all these lies, and that feeds into it as well.
But it makes sense if you're getting married in high school or whatever and having your children. Of course, that's statistics show that's typically a bad environment. Child usually ends up quite bad, but that's just a product of the fact that those people haven't matured yet. What I'm saying is, in earlier societies, maturity tracked much earlier. So intellectually, spiritually, whatever, you matured much earlier in previous societies. And what education there was, which was usually, you adopted the work of your parents, that reflected that. Today, you're not really mature until you're way past 18,
and you have a master's.
That's what I'm saying. Is even
30.
like if 22 and 23-year-old get married, people look at that like, oh, you're marrying too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's retarded. It's absolutely retarded. It doesn't fit with biology.
I agree.
Your sociocultural institution should reflect biological reality, which is unchangeable. And a biological reality says we should be, in our prime, say, sexual peak in your mid-teens. So really, if you want to confine sex to the marriage bed, you've got to have people marrying then. And if you've got to have people marrying then, your socioeconomic system has got to surround that. But the problem is we've moved the profit motive and a lot of other things to the center, where previously they were on the periphery. They were like tools. Now they're the center of society. So everything else has been thrown out the window. And we don't care that, well, we're expecting children to remain chaste until marriage, but you can't get married till you're 30. That just doesn't work. It doesn't gel. But forget about it, because money.
Yes.
Regardless, whoever's left after you guys die off or assimilate, the dominant group is going to horribly mistreat the other minorities. They're going to be crying for your return, just like the Africans are crying for their colonial past right now. The Chinese are going to butcher the planet if any of these mud people stand against them. Same for the Mexicans are hunting blacks like dogs in inner cities, yet nobody is reporting on it. Yeah. Even I know that, and I'm a continent away.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost like arranged marriage should be institutionalized again, right? I always think people say it's controversial because it's not. Exactly. I don't find it controversial either.
I don't think that we are suited to the Indian mode of arranged marriage, which is very formalized. European arranged marriages are typically more implicit, kind of like your parents arrange for you to hang out a lot and you just end up getting married.
That's what I'm for.
That kind of thing.
And it seems
I'd encourage that. Even as far back as like the 1500s, arranged marriages weren't like you walked up to your daughter, point a gun to her head, and said, "You're getting married."
You are marrying Jamal, who you've never met before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because I was actually researching this a while ago, and in actuality, a lot of times what would happen is they'd look for qualified, like, decent candidates, and then they would actually send it. The father or the daughter would kind of screen them, like, "Hey, what do you think of this guy?" "Nah, I don't really like him, Dad."
Yeah.
"Well, okay, he's off the list. How about this guy?" "Yeah, he's all right." "Okay, cool, he's on the list." So there was the wife actually had a lot more say than modern day feminists might make you think.
Yeah. But if I felt like if I had arranged marriage, any of us had arranged marriage at like 17, 18, I think we'd have less problems and more healthy life. Like it seems like a lot of stresses would go away, because it seems like we have to be so competitive. If you're single, 25, 26, whatever, creeping up to your 30s and you're demanding to get a wife. And who is that? Do you find her on Tinder? Do you find her in a bar? Do you find her in a decadent place? And it's like, if you had it arranged, you wouldn't have to worry about those things, and you could trust, and you could build trust with people.
That begins the instability in the sexual economy, which is what we're witnessing today, which is part of the reason why the manosphere has appeared, because so many men are actually like, "Oh, this is kind of a shitty situation here." And it's, I don't necessarily agree with all the solutions that they've come up with, but at least they're recognizing that there is a problem. And
any of you catch the Rebel Yell episode?
I was on the Rebel Yell. I caught my episode.
They had I caught that too. They had an episode about the sexual economy, about women. I don't remember the guest's name, but
was it F. Roger Devlin?
Yeah, I think so. And the entire episode was it was awesome to hear it so.
Guys, you want to hear a funny story? I saw Devlin in person and met him in Philadelphia. Now, this might sound embarrassing.
Did you touch him?
Yeah, I touched him. I shook his hand. But here's the thing. When I met him, I had my then Asian girlfriend with me. Okay, call me a cuck. Yeah, I had an Asian girlfriend at the time, and I brought her. And here's what happened. Devlin was so nice. He basically signed my book with my name and her name in it. And it says best wishes, my name, Chinese girlfriend's name, Roger F. Devlin. So I have a book, which is a very interesting, authentic copy of a sexual evolution revolt or whatever. But I just find that's a very interesting book that I have at the moment. But it was really funny. I don't know.
You mean a sexual utopian power? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's the book. My book's upstairs. I could go get it. I don't want to cam it, but it's just I have that etched in the book. So
every human society had this intrinsic fear regarding female sexuality, and basically, if someone asked you 30 years ago why, and you weren't religious, you wouldn't have a good answer. You didn't know. Well, this is why. We didn't know the 80-20 rule. We didn't know that women are hypergamous. We didn't know all these things.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And it's societal collapse. It's so bad.
All of these traditions, all of these outlooks, they exist for a reason. Whereas the modern anthropological era really is to attribute these things to malice or conspiracy. Like even things that I would consider abhorrent, like excision, this practice of cutting out girls' clitorises in North Africa.
On men.
Even that it wasn't just started by some guys who got together in a tent and goes, hee, how can we do something really nasty to our women? It probably arose out of some kind of environmental pressures that they were under and had to come up with some solution to prevent hypergamy in an extreme situation. It's not like they impart this kind of evil conspiracy onto all of these cultural practices. Foot binding. Again, it's got a story to it. It's not just men hating their wives and wanting them to be in crippling pain. There's a backstory to it, and they're never bothering to study these things. It's
but there are pathological traditions as well.
Like if you find a fence, don't tear it down before you know why it was put up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I look at
It was hard in a rational society. Why? Why should women be chaste? Why shouldn't they be equal? And you had no answer. You didn't know these things. How could you defend it?
Why would you be asked? Why would a normie be asked such quite a kind of deep anthropological question? In the past, you wouldn't have ever expected an answer from somebody who worked on a farm or whatever, just an average guy. You'd have had to go to a minister of governmental affairs to know that, or a religious leader even. It's just, people shouldn't be pressured with those questions if they're just normal. When I hear people, particularly when they lament like democracy's failure because people don't know enough about their own country, or they couldn't pass a citizenship test, and they sort of show videos, don't they, of all these dumb people being asked, especially in America, like, when was the War of 1812? And they say like, was it 1902 or something like that? I actually don't mind that, because that's just how people are.
Yeah,
that's how they've been through all of history. They don't know about government typically. But guess what? That's a great excuse for not having fucking voting systems where those people actually influence the government, don't you think?
Well, it's a great argument against democracy. But someone did a study of that too, and they were talking about how every 5 years the press freaks out because Americans don't know anything about history. And the person writing the article said, Americans have never been good at history. Why are we worrying about it?
We should be worried about, for crying out loud. It's a genuine thing, but it doesn't mean that you need to then, I don't know, some kind of like national pop quiz to make sure everyone's up on who the senators of Montana are. You just need to say, these people aren't going to know this. They don't care. They're not interested. So stop them voting on things that are important,
Yeah. Wasn't it Winston Churchill who said that the greatest argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter?
Yeah, exactly. And guess what? That's a substantive argument against democracy. Whereas his other argument, which is often cited for democracy, is just a platitude. It's democracy is the worst government system apart from all the others. Well, he doesn't justify that. He doesn't say why. Whereas his other example against democracy actually has some backing to it.
Well, I've heard the quote about where he said the one about the war system that's been tried except
for all the others.
Yeah, I heard that's actually taken out of context. That he actually, if you look at the speech or what he was saying in its entirety, he was a little bit more anti-democratic in that very thing. But anyway, that's just one.
Interesting.
Anyway, Lumen, go on.
Well, for anyone who's intellectually honest, democracy makes the case against itself, pretty quickly, because it starts out with a limited franchise, and anyone who read Democracy in America, could see it coming. As the franchise is extended, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Was it you, Mr. Citadel, who said that if we look at Europe had democracy for about 60, 70 years, and if you actually look at the tragedies and political mistakes that happened during democracy, it's vastly and disproportionately more full of errors than the ancient systems, who had major errors but on a longer time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the last century stands as a testament against these things. And people will say, well, for World War I, those weren't those weren't fully developed democracies, because kings still had quite a bit of power. There were kind of these devolved parliaments.
Use the bathroom and
and they talk about Russia as well, as say, Russia was a totalitarian dictatorship when it was communist. Not, of course, acknowledging that Russia had been slowly, since about late 1800s, moving towards liberalism. It liberated the serfs, I think, in 1862. And then by 1905, it had basically granted peasants full rights. So it's not like it was this, the Tsarist autocracy of yesteryear. It wasn't. Every country in Europe was going through this liberalization. And that is when we had the most bloody century in history.
Was the last Tsar a Romanov?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he was Romanov.
Hey, William, were you waiting to say something? Are you there, William?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Yeah, I just was. It was a while back, but it was just, I think Wrath of Non had a tweet a while back that said, if you want to know why a tradition is in place, take it away. I mean, I don't think that's wise counsel, but that's what we see in the world. I mean, we're seeing the deconstruction of. Getting rid of traditions, and okay, well, you can pretty much look around the mess of the cultural landscape we live in and see why they're in place. In a healthier society, they're just there. You don't doubt them. Whatever since the revolutionary period, we've been thinking it is our prerogative and in fact our moral duty to overthrow everything and to reinvent the world.
It's so ironic is that Martin Heidegger kind of made up the word deconstruction as a way of trying to understand your place within society, and then it got really perverted with these critical theorists, and now it seems to me the whole school of deconstruction is just a fraudulent ideology just to get the far left out there and to just really make everything disgusting. And I really have to say, I'll be radical right here. I think deconstruction is a disgusting practice because of those things,
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good in science, but that's about it.
Yeah, but everything has been reduced to science nowadays.
Yeah,
in a way.
Yeah,
but also as well, you have this hyper-emotional component which actually hinders science in many areas. Like you can't scientifically investigate certain historical events, for example, which are off limits to anyone to look into. Certain events that echo throughout history.
It's as if the alt-right is the new deconstruction. We're deconstructing those people who consider themselves deconstruction, and when you get back to nothing, it's like what Jonathan Bowden said about deconstruction. You just go around in circles, and you're just self-exploding yourself, and you start to realize...
I tried to explain somebody to this. Maester said this very clearly. If you subject the core of society to reason, it subjects the core of society to endless revolution. Because you never actually arrive at any answer through reason, because reason today is toppled tomorrow, and it's called the flat Earth society. Tomorrow.
We have the masculine is the kind of the rational scientific, which ultimately is nihilistic, and then the feminine is the emotional application of this chaos on the body politic. I mean,
it's the two potentially negative. Sort of aspects of the male and female psychology applied in just extraordinary amounts to modern society. You have this kind of hypercritical, rationalistic male mind, and then you have this kind of female hysteria over, these moral panics and things.
It's hilarious.
After the Trump victory, I went back. I was curious to what Sam Harris would say about it, and I heard an interview in which he talked about race, and it shocked me. Very few things shock me lately, but he said that it would be almost a biological miracle for the races to be equal in IQ. He said there is most probably a difference in IQ, but we should not study it because
we should pretend it doesn't exist.
But wait, a few years ago when I was an atheist, I was listening to this guy saying, I don't care if religion is useful. I only care if it's true. I don't care if it's the best thing in the world. I only care if it's true.
Pretend it doesn't exist because it'll cost me my job.
Excuse me?
Pretend it doesn't exist because it'll cost me my job. It's socially too.
I think he believes it because he's a Jew, but the hypocrisy. He's going around disproving
it's
God.
the same thing with it's the same thing with Richard Dawkins, who is supposed to be this great biologist, and yet he says, "Oh, if I meet a transgender man, I'll call her a he out of kindness." It's like, so basically, you is huge biologist. Biology disproves the Bible. Oh, okay, you're going to call a woman a he just because otherwise she'll get triggered. Okay, great.
Pathetic.
You don't have to have a Y chromosome to be a he. Yeah.
It seems also that the college degree, especially if you're like in America, if you're studying English degree, your last quote unquote capstone class is critical theory, which gives you deconstruction. It seems like the thesis of what you know about the English language is just preparing you to become a militant person, to dare down everything you don't like to replace it with something you like. And it has created much chaos now. And I think maybe in some perverted respect, maybe the alt-right has formed from that ashes. I don't know, but it shows how disgraceful everything now is, even in the abstract arts, making things totally worthless.
I actually took a literary criticism course with a Christian professor, and she said that when she mentioned that from a Christian perspective, you look in the first chapter of John where it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God." Like, that's kind of a way of saying that, words, there is truth, like that God does represent truth, and that words, like, you can't just deconstruct everything. Like, there is actual truth out there.
Well, that's the Christian belief, that truth and morality is woven into the fabric of reality.
Right.
Yes.
Well, you can't have moral objectivism without God, because nature can be evil or good. A flood can kill you or it can water your crops. It isn't evil because it can't decide to do something. It just is. In order to have a good thing, you have to have it be conscious. If we're natural processes, if we're natural occurrences, then we can't be evil or good. Oh, that's just our brain chemistry. You can't blame us. We can't be held accountable, just like a retard can't be held accountable. No, don't laugh. I'm being very serious. If an insane person...
Well, to be fair, he can be held accountable if he's being held against his will by 4 angry dindus. Then he can be held accountable.
Yes, 100%, absolutely.
Yeah, that's totally moral.
It's almost like they're so good at their rhetoric that they make sure that this is truth or science, and that if you try to criticize deconstruction, they'll pretend as if this is some glorious biology and what you're saying. And basically, it's there's this one comic artist online, fashy memes for fashy goys, or
counter signal memes for fashy.
Yeah. I think it's Risen Ghoul, but he has one picture of a crooked-nosed professor, and he goes, "I disagree with you because you didn't come to the conclusions I did." And how many professors have Marxist Jewish professors I've dealt with that probably the same way. I don't care what rhetoric, what Paul the Man or Derrida has to say about something. It's just their advanced high Jewish IQ wordplay. And basically, it doesn't even matter what I have to say, because then you'll say something scientific. It's so reasoned. It's just, you just have to put it in layman's terms.
At the end of the day, this is the battle. It's not between blacks or whites, nationalists versus globalists. It's the battle of the Bible. It's subjectivism, it's opinion, it's rebellion versus order, it's chaos versus order.
Yes.
Lucifer rebelled, the left rebels, they have his character, they are his children, and by worshipping their fickle and fleshy natures, this is the creature that humanists worship, this animal, this human. He can be noble. Man.
The thing I'd say is I don't think it's chaos. I wouldn't define it as chaos. I define it better as anti-order, in the way that it's not destroying the throne, it's putting a prostitute on the throne. It's
it's mockery. It's
on the throne. It's reversing the pyramid. Chaos cannot be a political ideology. I don't believe that there's any such thing as a true anarchist, for example, because I just don't think there's a coherent political position. Anarchy is a transition between two different types of rule. So what we see today is basically like a reverse mirror image of all that has come before. Good is called evil, evil is called good. And that's got a structure to it, remember. Woe unto those who call evil good and good evil. That's not woe unto those who just don't give a shit and just don't care what's good and what's evil. That's a direct affirmation of what is previously virtuous is now horrid and degenerate and hateful and intolerant, of course. And what was previously evil is now wonderful and diverse. And, what other horrible words they can think up to describe, wonderful things that we all have to endure. It is an anti-order. It's a complete sort of mockery of what is just.
Well, that's what LaVey based his Church of Satanism on. It's just a complete mockery of God's church.
Satan didn't want anarchy. He wanted to rule. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm probably going to head out here, so I just want to bid you all good night.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
God bless. Have a good night. God bless.
I'm going to have to leave soon.
Thanks for coming, Henry. It was good to have you back.
No problem. God bless.
God bless.
God bless.
Close.
Yeah, God bless.
So anyway.
This is the problem, because if you don't believe in objectivism, you are subject to your own feelings. I don't trust myself because I know I can lie myself into breaking God's law. It's like a driver's ed car. When they teach you to drive, the driver always has a pedal to stop the car. I need that pedal because I can't trust myself, and that's God's law to me.
Yeah.
It's above my subjective, and that's why it can seem my body sometimes tells me that I should go against. For example, I get mad. My sin is wrath. Other have other sorts of sins, but mine is wrath. I literally get almost bloodlust when I see innocent women raped or something. I lose myself, and I know that I would enjoy suffering, and that's different from righteous justice, as Mr. Settle said, and I know that's sinful. And even though every cell in my body screams at me, I want to see these people suffer, I know it's sinful, so I suppress it.
But again, that might be okay. It's a question of viewing them as your personal enemies. I don't know if you can view, if you see somebody doing something to somebody else, is that your personal enemy? I don't think so. They haven't done it to you. Like if I see somebody attacking my children, even if it's like a slap, I'm not going to feel. I'm going to go over there and beat the shit out of them.
I don't mean
not
enemies.
Between me and them. It's between them and my children.
I don't mean enemies. I literally get sadism. I've seen so much of this crap that I'm sadist towards.
You've led the impaler. You want to impale the kebabs.
Yeah. I want them to suffer, and that's sinful. I shouldn't enjoy this. I should put them down like rabid dogs. Oh God, I have to do it. It's not. Of course, it's metaphorical, Mr. NSA or FBI or whatever. My listening, I'm harmless. But it's sinful. So I have to ignore that because God's law commands me not to be full of bloodlust.
Yeah. The warrior shouldn't be take virtue in killing, nor should he see it as some kind of like degenerate last resource or something. It should just be something that has to be done. A duty.
It's the tradition of chivalry. You're supposed to do your duty, but you're not supposed to enjoy the brutal aspects of it.
Yeah, this was what Jesus was talking about when he was talking about, you've heard it said eye for an eye.
Yeah.
The thing is that by that time, they were not practicing eye for an eye in the way that it was originally intended. Originally intended, eye for an eye was given as a civil law, which was to be carried out by the authorities. It turned into then a justification for, well, if he punches me or something in a bar, I'm allowed to really screw, I'm allowed to fight back twice as hard.
Yeah.
And that was not what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a statement of justice, not sort of this moral free-for-all on basically revenge attacks.
Yeah, it's not a call for revenge. It's a call for justice and proportionality, because it was customary to kill someone for offending you or taking your eye or something. So no, an eye for an eye, not an eye for a life or something.
Well, I mean, well, for us, it's kind of a pragmatic thing. It's like and this is why in our societies we've been tolerating, something like Rotherham. Something like, something that leads to what happened to that poor white kid in Chicago. It's something that we wait and we wait and we wait, and then we do it because we have to. We just want to get it out of the way and get on with our lives, and that's who we are, rather than people of other races who have that high time preference, who they're just ready to do it at the drop of a hat. They get whatever, a chicken McNuggets with the wrong sauce or something, they're ready to go. So I mean, it's just a difference, and it is kind of a utilitarian thing for us. I mean, there is virtue attached to it in that there are such things as cowardice or bloodlust, as you were saying, Gregory. But it is a matter of, we have better things to do.
Wait a minute, I'm a foreigner. It's my culture. You have to respect it. I can want to impel Muslims as much as I want. It's my culture.
What makes me angry the most talking about was, I think this is a reoccurring theme, especially in the West. I think William Blake wrote about this, the loss of innocence into guilt. And certainly in the Christian ideal that some say you're born a sinner and you always have sin, or that there's a certain phase, you do an action and then you have sin. So when I see college kids get at the age of 17 or 18, they get into the undergrad school and they think they have this huge expectation of what college life is to be, and then they get abstractly raped, and with this ideology of what you said, deconstruction and far left things, then they become rotten cultural Marxist people who know this is how you play the professional game, the Fortune 500 cubicle job. And then as people grow older, they have a rotten sense of life, and they get either nihilistic or maybe atheistic. And I think there's a tipping point of the charming innocence, which I think Christianity has a beautiful thing about advocating, compared to losing that. And I think where's that balance between guilt and innocence is?
Well, just as Mr. Citadel mentioned, society is stratified in rank and hierarchy. So you may look at a king and see that, oh my God, he's so rich, but the king gets the brunt of this soul-shattering stuff. The common citizen may be poorer, but he gets to live a more innocent life.
Same for the priest.
He doesn't have to decide to genocide the rival tribe. He doesn't have to decide to hang robbers or something.
Yeah.
So that's the burden of leadership, the mantle. God cleansed the world through blood and fire, and a king has to do the same. And he loses his innocence.
To quote Primo de Rivera again, he said, the king being the sovereign head of the nation upon which everything else rests, he is the one who gives the most.
Yes, yeah. Of course. That's the benefit of being poor, because we often hear the drawbacks of being lower caste. But you can be a perfect, innocent Christian, and that's something that a person in leadership can have. He can't have a clear conscience. It's impossible. You have to make tough decisions. And if you're a Christian, those decisions will haunt you, because you're a good person, and good people doubt.
Yeah.
Did you say they doubt?
Yes, they doubt.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're honest, if you're humble, you don't think you're perfect, so you.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, there's Ian and I were talking about this the other night, that the people who worry the most about their character and their actions and their ethics are often the people who and this is something that's used against us as white people. These are the people who actually do have good actions, do have ethics, because there's the ability for self-examination, and so I agree.
Yes, and it is an advantage, because again, we can build the societies where you can trust your neighbor to look after your kid and not rape it.
Yeah.
It's a society where in science progresses greatly if you doubt yourself. If you think you're perfect and smart, you won't ever doubt your own hypothesis. There are people in the British Academy of Sciences, even today, where if you prove them wrong, they will shake your hand and thank you, even though
they're getting less and less, believe me.
Yeah.
More global warming.
There's this great
the first
article.
beatitude is blessed are the poor in spirit. So the beginning of discipleship is humility.
And this is the meekness that Christ talked about. They understand. People are repulsed by this because they understand that it means being a doormat. No, it's recognizing your own faults in order to assess reality accurately.
I think it's actually calm strength.
Yes.
Meekness is a meek person is a super solid person that people naturally will be attracted to because of their moral and spiritual strength. Because it's quiet and yet known to be profound at the same time. It's a total misunderstanding that it's weakness. I mean, that's just stupid. Oh, a good warrior is meek. In fact, in the Old Testament, the word used for is often associated with warriors. So it's actually a good warrior is meek, not some beta cuck.
Yeah, or some boastful brute.
There's this
exactly. That's the opposite. Yeah.
Sorry, there's this awesome article on countercurrents. I think it's by Jeff Costello. It's called "Strength Through Joy," and it's basically about his experience, like as growing up and realizing how bad the world is and how annoying things are. But there's always those little things, like the flower growing through the sidewalk, or that there's some kids going around, and you have this kind of optimism, this strength through joy that encourages you to keep on. I find that through Christianity, where Christianity is certainly a religion where I can feel optimistic every day, and I'm not some kind of pessimist, or I feel like things are terrible. I feel as though that the word of Jesus is certainly makes me not high-minded but happy about life, and that if other people were to follow the word of Jesus, they would also be you could trust one another. You can be more optimistic. I'm not saying live in a happy utopian heaven society. There are struggles in life, but it's great to have a feeling that everything's going to be okay tomorrow, and a sense of security, and a sense of things that you could trust things,
Yes, exactly. IQ is not that important. 100 IQ is sufficient. You can have a society of 120 IQ people that has a brutal dictator and slaughters everyone. You need this high trust. You need this optimism, this view for life. And you can see it in Christian art. It celebrates the divine order, the beauty of the human body and soul. Have you ever listened to or witnessed or experienced older Christian art?
I've seen them, yeah.
Yes. So you hear, when I look at the Sixtine Chapel, for example, I hear "Ode to Joy" in my own head. It starts autoplaying.
Interesting. That's a weird way. I mean, I went to the Rodin Museum. That's in Philadelphia, and I can understand some of it has the gates of hell. That's quite the opposite, but yeah, there's definitely strength in that old art. I definitely see it. You have to be there to really feel it.
So it's so telling that it's in a museum, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a museum too. You have to pay to get in, and then it's like you can't touch it. You're just there.
I think it was Ananda Kumaraswamy said that we love our museums where we preserve behind glass the damning evidence of a way of life that we have made impossible.
Kurswamy. I've recently got a book on John Cage and Kurswamy. That's funny. You mentioned that.
Yeah,
it's about how
insightful.
Yeah.
And this is definitive proof that we're not just bags of flesh. We're more than this. There's something noble and higher inside of us. And this materialist view that our soul plays our body like an instrument. Because I heard this argument, oh, if souls exist and you are your soul, how come if you get brain damage, you lose your memories and your personality? Because your soul plays your body like an instrument, and if that connection is interrupted, the sound, the harmony that it makes, it's ruined.
Yeah,
but
I
you're
very much
not
agree
just
with
your
that.
soul. Andrew Clavin, I mentioned him last time. He said, and he made a good point, there's this Freudian view of reality that you don't say I was anxious, you say I had an adrenaline rush, a very materialistic explanation. Well, maybe your anxiousness caused your adrenaline to spike, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's ontology and stuff, isn't it?
I just think it's sad and how these people view the world.
Well, they're often sad people, I think. That's at least what I've found.
Yeah, but they have more fun. I became an adult when I learned the difference between having fun and being happy. Happiness, having fun is an intense blaze followed by extreme cold. But happiness is a spark that keeps you warm at all time. It's a flame that doesn't burn. You'll never have the sheer ecstasy that you had when you were degenerate, but you'll have this constant glow about you. That's what's being.
And you won't have the emptiness either.
Yeah. You'll have. Go on.
Well, I was going to say the stock example is serial killers. Serial killers have fun, but are they ever happy?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. And it's an empty pursuit because neurons become used to pleasure chemicals and you have to increase the dose. Just look at porn. Porn is not just about porn. Every pleasure-seeking endeavor, you become used to it, so you need a higher dose. So if it's drugs, you need stronger drugs. If it's porn, you need more degenerate shit. It keeps on piling up until it destroys you physically. It's an empty pursuit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then on the next level up, it keeps piling up among individuals and rotting away at societies.
After I started lifting weights, eating healthy, and having devotion to like certain girlfriends, I basically went away from porn and masturbation. And now it's like,
oh, that's not all right at all.
Every 3 weeks I'll masturbate. I mean, I'm not much of a prude now, but at one point it was like every 3 days, and then all of a sudden I got really conservative all of a sudden. But I don't know.
Well, to go on another point, your frontal lobe is responsible for your basically most of your higher cognitive functions. So if you masturbate frequent enough, you actually literally erode your willpower. And this isn't just a Christian thing. This is biology. You decrease the blood circulation, the synapses actually start reforming, and you'll be shittier at refusing your needs. You'll be less successful in life, basically.
Yeah, I noticed I have a strong willpower now, and it's like at the times where I feel like I could touch myself, I'm like, who cares? Now I'm at that point where it's like, but at one point when I was younger, I mean, I couldn't control myself, and basically, I don't know. It's now, I know what you're saying. I have a stronger willpower at the moment. And I feel like every time I masturbate, it's usually a thought of an old girlfriend now. So
that pastor I just mentioned, he was talking about a study about faggots. And he's very anti-faggot, and he actually says that we should kill them with rocks. But he quotes a twin study where many twins, one was a faggot and one was not. So that basically destroys the genetic argument. because if it's genetic, they both should be faggots or they both should be straight. But one of them was invariably exposed to more porn.
Yeah, it's an environment. It's a lot more environmental, I think. I've got a jet off, guys, but I wanted to say before I go, have you guys been aware of the hashtag golden shower thing going on Twitter right now?
I think so. It's
I saw it, but I didn't want to look at it.
It's actually not bad. So let me explain this, because somebody has posted a screen cap of somebody on Poll explaining this. Pollax mailed fan fiction to anti-Trump pundit Rick Wilson. So that's the guy who did the anime masturbators interview on MSNBC.
Yeah.
They mailed him a fan fiction about Trump making people piss on a bed that Obama slept in.
Oh.
Rick Wilson thought this was real and gave it to the CIA. The CIA then put this fan fiction in their intelligence report, this classified intelligence report on Russian involvement in the election.
Oh
the
my
CIA
God.
concluded that the Russians planned to blackmail Trump with a story that was made up on Poll. And
That's weird.
Everyone is right now just laughing at Rick Wilson.
Rick Wilson is
I encourage everyone to join in.
Oh my God.
The modern order is getting trolled so hard.
Is our intelligence agency just a laughing joke now?
Are they actually looking for literal cuck sheds? If they believe me.
I know.
God. How could they put it in a government report?
It's Rick Wilson's fault, really.
Rick Wilson is obsessed with hating Trump to the point where he'll believe anything.
That's the point, yeah.
He's the embodiment of a cuck. It's very funny.
Dude, that's not even good hate. Like, I mean, the Marquis de Sade can hate, but he can hate with style, with wisdom behind it.
Oh, I'm just reading some of the tweets been sent to him.
Has he made his account private yet? I mean, seriously.
Rick Wilson confirmed: 1, it came from Paul. 2, he was BuzzFeed's source. 3, Rick Wilson is still a cuck. These tweets. Somebody's photoshopped some testicles onto his chin. This is some great.
Okay, let's not talk about that. That's a little bit.
Yeah, great job. Well, I've got to head off. So
I will tell my grandchildren about the day that I heard Mark Citadel talking about testicles on someone's chin.
This is what meme magic does, guys.
Yep.
Have a good night, Mark.
Have a good night, guys. Wonderful.
Good night.
God
Till
bless.
the next time.
Thanks for joining.
God bless. Good night.
So Rick Wilson basically looks like Peter Griffin. You know how his chin looks like?
Oh, yeah, he's got the double chin.
No. He has chin that looks like balls. Google a picture of him.
Well, I know what he looks like. I'm saying, yeah. By the way, this is totally pointless, but your avatar kind of annoys me, Gregory, because the eyelid on Pepe is kind of messed up on one of his eyes.
I think it's funny.
I wanted to change it. There's a picture of I found a picture a while ago of Mike Pence with lightning shooting out of his eyes, and it writes "repent." I love that picture, and I wanted to have it as my avatar. But
I like the mustache a lot. It reminds me you're actually a talking Pepe Frog with a mustache and a hat or something.
And Gregory, if
Impaler used to look.
Gregory, I can take care of it for you. If you need some artwork done, any of you guys. I mean, I'm an artist, so if you need anything redone or whatever.
Funny because I'm trying to write a book at the moment and looking to get. Huh? What happened?
I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Everything went silent. Like the computer broke down.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, that was weird. Oh. What? No, I'm saying I was trying to write a book right now, and I was actually getting an artist, and I was looking to get the front cover of that. I think I sent like a commission file for it, but I'm pretty sure you work by commissions, Lumen or something like that.
Yeah, and I can show you my work. We can talk on Skype or later on in private.
Oh yeah, that's cool because there's certainly a lot because I do like art, and especially the way you project it. I mean, my avatar was pretty much for free, and she was really nice about it. And if you look at my avatar, and you'll probably get the sense that it might be some anime girl talking. Okay, yeah, there might be some weird cross-dressing faggoty thing going on, but I really don't care. it's a nice way of covering my identity in a sexy way.
It's an excellent drawing. I mean, that's the only way I was really looking at it.
Yeah, because Alex, I was telling Alex that maybe she should do my book cover, which I'm trying to. Well, I have 35,000 words down, but maybe once I gave her the price of maybe $200, depending. I want to make it a small piece of art because then I can just zoom it and the DPI level will be like low, and maybe work from there. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking definitely for art in the future for just funny things.
Well, if you look at my Twitter background, that's something I painted. I mean, all my painting's digital, but that's what I mainly do. But I can later on. I'll give you a link to my normie portfolio, or I'll just because I do. You know, I've done comic stuff, and
you should direct message me through Twitter. I'll probably, here's the thing, if I like your art and if I get interested, I would think that maybe I would do a channel banner, you know, like a YouTube channel banner, but I would be really ridiculous about it. So I don't know if you will go so far to make like weird commands and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm really crafty because I know what you guys, I'm an artist myself too, but yeah, that's funny. I might consider it, yeah. Especially that I need a new YouTube banner.
Yeah, just let me know. We'll talk about it later. So we're not capitalizing on the Hangout right now.
I know. All right. See, my computer freezes up and it feels like everyone's dying. I'm like, what? It's so silent in here.
Oy vey, we're all dying.
I know. Like it's like I thought it was like something went off and it was like, what happened? No,
we'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for you on the other side.
No.
It's just like, no, it's just a really quiet room.
Welcome back, Moose.
Yeah, hey, Moose.
What's the plural of moose? Meese?
No, it's just moose.
Moose. Yeah. And the plural of goose is geese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the plural of mouse is mice. The plural of house is houses. It's all
English
kinds of weird.
is confusing. It breaks its own rules too often too.
Well, it's old. You know, these are links to Middle and Old English. You know that you know are still there.
Plus,
I still think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just also the Norman language dump as well confuses our language a little bit.
I love it. I love our language.
But we have the biggest vocabulary by leaps and bounds. Like, I mean,
it's over half a million, right?
Yeah, like German is like a half the size of our language, or even less. I find that hard to believe, but they're very good at using their language modularly and creating.
So are Russians.
They sort of assemble words, new words.
And we also culturally misappropriate, you know, words from different languages as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, all languages do that. We Romanians had no choice. We were conquered by so many people. We adapted some of their languages, but our root language is actually more Latin than Italian.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and William, it's interesting you mentioned modularity. This is, and I won't go too deeply into this because this isn't a linguistics hangout, but that occurred to me at some point. You know, I was thinking about Asians and Europeans and the, you know, higher analytical IQ among Asians and the more creativity among Europeans. You know, we have this modularity that we build out of, you know, in our case, a 26 character alphabet, while, you know, the Chinese have just infinite characters, and that's just interesting to me.
Well, it reflects the structure of the empires that had these languages, because English is very difficult to pronounce. I often hear Americans arguing about how do you pronounce this word, but when you see it written, you absolutely know where the word came from. It's a common example. When Americans broke out from the British, they want to change the word defense and spell it with an S-E to spell it phonetically, just like it sounds. But the word defense comes from the noun fence. So even though you spelled it phonetically, you lost the root word. So someone who read the word for the first time couldn't understand where it came from or what it meant.
Yeah, we defenestrated the C in favor of an S.
Yeah.
Little linguistics joke there.
Back when I was studying evolution, I heard an interesting theory about how languages evolved, in the sense that the terrain of the host country actually influenced it. So in mountainous areas, you had the evolution of very gruff sounds. That's why you have Slavic and Germanic names, which have many consonants, while in the more lowland areas of the Mediterranean, you have more melodic languages. And in Africa, where the spaces are vast, you have clicks, because clicks travel faster and more profoundly in that type of environment.
Yeah, and it's also tied in with the the intellectual wherewithal of the group.
Yeah, of course, everything ties into that at some point or another. We got our soul from Jerusalem and our mind from Rome and Greece.
Hey guys, I'm at to interrupt. I'm at to pass out. I'm like losing consciousness.
Oh, you need to go, Tom?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
It was good to have you, Tom.
Hey,
yeah.
Real quick, before you go, Tom, is it okay if I link to your blog and stuff like that?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, cool. All right. Thanks for joining us, Tom.
Yeah,
good to have you here.
Yeah, I'd like to come again if I'm welcome.
Sure. Yeah.
God bless, Tom. Have a good night.
Good night.
Right.
Yeah.
Good night.
Stay away from those Asian women.
All right.
Can't keep me away from my Asian woman. But
night, guys.
Night.
Good night.
But do we? I would like to, if it's okay with our gracious host, sort of show our solidarity for millennial woes, and I was thinking of also just the the ideological divide between a normal European and Christian about not getting so nasty and personal about something like this, and and the modern left, and the tribe that shall not be named, that kind of dictates these terms.
Woes always seemed like such a nice guy, and he was the softest out of all of us. Well, not us, not actually alt-right, but he, in this reactosphere, he was the kindest one. He didn't even talk shit about Sargon or the other leftists with which he talked about. He wanted to have leftists on his podcast and not in the show a sense where they destroy people.
Have you guys talked to Millennial Woes?
No.
I have.
Yeah. I mean, we were on his Hangout. That's how we met PILLEATER.
Oh, yeah, because, that's the thing. I was talking to him, and I actually got that sick snippet, and now people think I'm a celebrity because I talked, or Melios talked to me, It's like that little emphasis. Now he's a celebrity, and wherever he goes, the Atlantic says he's this... I think the Scottish tabloid was trying to say he's some neo-Nazi V-blogger, which is terrible.
Yeah, that's what was funny, is like I was reading the article about it, they're saying like he spews his hateful rants from his YouTube channels. Like, this guy's like very... Like Gregory was saying, he's very soft-spoken, he's very gentle, he's very kind.
They said he commands an alt-right empire. That's what they said.
If you consider us the empire, then
God damn it, he's our golden retriever, and they're mean to him. Come on, he's
but no, they think he was dangerous because, and this makes sense, because he was willing to engage others, and I always saw that as a strength of his as well. It's one of the things that kind of, I mean, I started listening to him in 2014, around when he kind of started, I guess.
I think that is when he started, isn't it?
Yeah. And right away, this was when I began to kind of accept. Yeah, exactly. When it was before I, got my my Hitler Youth uniform, but after I,
before or after you got your blood and honor tattoo?
I kind of can't remember. I was still kind of degenerate, so I might have been, in a, kind of stumbling out of a beer hall in Bavaria somewhere. But no, but I always saw that as a strength, and they know that, and he's, a lot of people see him as kind of meek and almost like milquetoast, and I get that, but he's not. I mean, he's very strong in his convictions. He's very strong in his intellectual grasp of what's been going on. What we should do, and I think they saw that, and they got a chance to go after him, so they did.
Just as I've said before, there has to be layers to society and even to our movement. So we do have the pit bulls, we do have the guys at the war room or the show up. They're brutally honest. They're here to wreck shit. But we need someone to pull them back, because as much as we call people cucks, we need the masses on our side, and they're not going to go for some sadistic bastards bent on bloodlust. So I'm out of the picture. But anyway, we need sweet guys like Woes, and he has to be the voice, not someone fuck niggers and something. No, you can't talk like that. You can't. Two Williams, yes, A Tale of Two Williams.
I'm not sure. I dropped out and then I came. Oh, there I'm gone now.
Now there's only one of you again.
So that's the point. You have to convince people. You have to show them that we are correct. We are not just we're taking power and that's that.
This brings up an interesting. I was hoping we have a little conversation about this. I've made a New Year's resolution to only troll with love. So it does not mean to cock it. I'm I mean, I love my children, but I'm firm with them. So it's like I'm firm, but I never really did kind of do I always found that at the end of a troll, I usually had made a friend, even out of a potential enemy, just by trolling in a certain kind of way. But this, looking at this, I just want to bring up something. This whole thing with that horrible Meryl Streep.
Oh God.
And she once again brought up this thing about Trump making fun of the handicapped person, right? And I keep hearing on the TRS and different places, I don't care whether he did that or not. And it's like, well, really? I mean, is that really cool? Like, is that really okay for a president to be somebody who makes, physically mocks a handicapped person? When I saw it last summer or whatever it was, I was actually quite shocked and quite put off by it.
Well,
and it wasn't until
guys.
But it wasn't until recently I found out the whole thing was manufactured. Like,
yeah, it was untrue.
The whole thing is assembled. There's a great video, and I posted it. Like it is literally fake news. Like, Trump didn't know who the guy was. From when I first heard the story, I assumed the guy was literally in the auditorium and Trump was making fun of him in front of him. That's kind of how the news presented it. Trump had no idea who this guy was. He didn't, and he does that weird kind of arm thing. He does it often.
Yeah, he always does that. He does it to himself.
It's a weird affectation. Yeah, but he's not. So he did not. It's just like the lampshades and the fucking soap. It's like they're still telling this story. And she's telling, and this was the core of her argument, was this phony manufactured story. And everybody gets all, because it has great emotional capital and everybody's all gobbling it up. And, for me, I wasn't happy if Trump is making fun of somebody, gas the cripples on Tuesday or whatever this kind of vile meme. Because that's really even a false understanding of eugenics. It's this kind of, I mean, as I posted over at TRS, maybe I'm old enough to realize we all become infirm. I've got arthritis in my toes, my eyesight's going. Is it time to gas me? Or do I have another couple of weeks?
It seems like there's a problem right now in the alt-right where it's basically taking up the Daily Stormer shock art technique where you're just saying, I don't like you, you're a Jew, you're a degenerate. And that's like, what if you're an alt-right person trolling another alt-right person? They don't agree and they call each other Jews. It seems like it's getting, making that image more worse. And I know it's like hipster and sarcastic and ironic, but at the same time, however, it's becoming how much do you really mean it, or authentically some normie might translate it as you actually do mean some weird anti-Semitic stance or something really funny. I can't imagine a whole red-pilled nation and then it becomes, I don't know, will anti-Semitic jokes become funny in like 10 years again and be like the new South Park humor?
Well, they are funny.
They've never gone away. They've never gone away.
The important thing, I think a couple of important things here are that there's a place right now for that sort of extreme trolling. And I don't really get into it myself. I mean, once in a while I'll do it with a meme that I make, but the inarguable fact is that it works. It's kind of because I don't really believe that there are, like the guys on the Daily Show are sincerely think it's okay, to gas someone with cerebral palsy or whatever, but there is a effectiveness it's just an overwhelming tsunami of caricatured leftist tropes about the right that they can't handle. It's like, you think I'm a racist? Well, here, how's this for racist?
It's like an agree and amplify.
Yes, and the second thing that's important, I think, is and I've seen this, like when I would go to the Millennial Woes millennial hangouts and just see like the out of control trolling in the the chat of the live stream. They're, at first I was like, God, they're just so addicted to trolling that when there's no one on the left or no Jews around to troll, they just troll each other. But then it kind of occurred to me, it just shows that people are waiting to be ruled, and that's what will happen. People, we need people like that who are unafraid and unfazed by things that sensitivities like William and I might have, or anyone else here, that are just going to go for it and keep pushing. And once we have a more homogenous society at some point, hopefully, that will be reined in, I think. So that's kind of my view on it.
Yeah, I'm not completely against it. I just think that, I mean, at some point we do reach. I'm working on a blog post right now called Peak Shitlord. So I think at some point we reach.
Yeah, nice concept.
It's about Gregory.
We reach peak Shitlord, and you even Keck. I mean, Keck is the god essentially of the pre-dawn, of the chaos. He is the bearer of the light, but he bears the light from the chaos, but he actually doesn't bring it into the day. So if you stay forever with Keck, you never move forward. You are forever in a sea of.
It's like the moon. It doesn't have its own light, but it's useful at night when there's no light at all. But you need the day to come.
You don't have to worry too. I mean, we're talking about a lot of these guys who are just like over the top, hyperbolic trolls. These are white people, and even if they're low IQ, even if they're, and I will say there's a lot more higher IQ people in the alt-right than any other movement I've ever seen. But even if they are, more prone to, compromising their, the usual European ethics or whatever, they are white people, and they will by default be attracted to order and ethics in the long run.
Well,
I guess what happened though,
many of them are I'm not saying triggered in the literal sense as in post-traumatic stress, but when you watch pictures of the Bataclan and the blood reaches your ankles, when you watch those kids crushed to death and knees,
it's what Mike Enoch calls being wrestled.
A cripple doesn't really matter that much. Excuse me?
Oh,
no, go ahead.
I thought you said something. He was laughing, so I assumed you made a joke.
I laughed at somebody's joke, yeah.
Oh.
No, I was saying it's the Mike Enoch calls it being rustled, not triggered, but
yeah, being Russell. So I understand that. However, people need to love their leader at some point. So there's in Game of Thrones, there's this guy Stannis Baratheon. He's basically your perfect leader. He's perfectly just. He does his job uncompromisingly so, but nobody loves him, and that's why he'll never be king. That's the problem with a guy like Trump. He's a rude guy. You would hate this asshole if he lived next to you. But he does the job. He promised the border wall, blah, blah, blah. We all know the gig. However, we need a better guy than this. And this is why I disagree with Spencer on faggots all day long. I think they should be burned alive to start with. But he is he's clean cut, he's polite, and I actively caught leftists warning each other not to like him. Don't be fooled that he's well dressed. I think there was an article, "Don't Get Wet for Fascism," and a picture of him.
Well, there was also like you saw that thing recently where Glenn Beck went on with Samantha Bee, and she said something like, "I find him frighteningly human." It's like the left doesn't want to see us as human; they want to see us as like subhuman.
Yeah. No, even
because we've been merely a negation to them for decades. Like it's like the only David Duke, maybe Don Black.
Even a hyper leftist video game critic at one point was reviewing a game and said, something to the point of, "Oh my God, this is too much. Basically, you're slaughtering these Nazis as if they weren't even human, to the point that the game doesn't feel fun anymore. They're Nazis, so you can basically ragdoll them around." And that's the point. You're the villain in every child story. This empire of lies. You're the Satan of it. You're their greatest enemy.
There seems to be a Christian identity with Identity Europa. I mean, they're not really open about the whole Christian thing, but this whole Project Siege, where they're going on campus and meeting young students and a handsome looking Identity Europa guy, and it's like saying that they'll be your friend for a bit and then pill you on white nationalism or something.
I will personally put you in a burqa if you look like shit, because you're representing me. So not you specifically, Mr. Pill. You get the point. We can't afford to have another YouTuber. I like to watch everyone, so I know their arguments. There's this guy, Atheism is Unstoppable. And at the exact moment that Spencer was saying, "We are the people of the sun, we are the chosen, we are conquerors," some fat piece of shit blob stands up and of course the guy bursts out laughing. "Oh, this is your master race. We can't afford." Just like in a restaurant, you put the pretty people in front and you put the uggos out back. And I'm not saying ugly physically, because you can't help that, but be well dressed, be well groomed.
Yes. It's like, it just reminds me of that. I think that's why Identity Europa is succeeding. Now, I want to say something. I remember when Trad Youth was coming on my campus, and when Matthew Heimbach was there, everybody got ticked off at him, and all the uglies and the hippies made their little camp out while Heimbach barely said anything. However, now that Identity Europa is here, and you got Nathan D'Amigo, he's kind of like this, war veteran, and he's has this a physique, this very handsome thing, and it's this whole identitarian thing happening. Now, I don't mean to make weird comparison. I mean, I don't mean to say Matthew Heimbach is fat, but it's certainly this strange thing going on where I think Identity Europa has completely erased Trad Youth simply for the image and aesthetic wise, because Heimbach was associating himself with certain people. And it's sad, really, because I still do like Heimbach's work and everything. It's just, I guess Nathan is shaking hands with more people and getting his stuff out there more often and getting all these handsome men who are possibly gay, but I don't know.
Well, Heimbach has admitted that he's not a physical specimen. I mean, I think
why isn't smoke rising for their corpses if they're gay?
I know.
All right, we don't need to go down that path too much. I mean, yeah, I get it. Homosexuality is not okay, but it's like,
it's like mine is like if you're gay, you just sin, right? Then just repent it, right? I mean, that's my theory to it. I don't know. I'm very simple-minded.
Yeah, but repentance means stopping.
Oh yeah. So they would have to stop it. You're
Well,
right.
and it means at the very least recognition and acknowledgement that you're sinning. And the thing about the church is that the church provides a way. You know, the church acknowledges that yes, indeed, there are some people who, for reasons, you know, possibly never knowable. Although, you know, we would imagine that they stem from biology. You know, some people are indeed, you know, they do have an inordinate attraction to the opposite or to the same sex. So the church does acknowledge this, but it also provides a way to frame it
no. Please imagine it this way. We're childhood friends. We know each other for a lifetime, and we're in this together. We have to fight a war together. We know each other. We trust each other. Now, amongst us, we have a mercenary. We can never fully trust him because we know he has ulterior motives.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, but what I'm saying is, you know, the church, while acknowledging that some people might struggle with this, the same way a man might struggle to be faithful to his wife, the church has a structure in place that says, yeah, you know, you might have those temptations. Yes, you're a fallen, you know, corruptible being, but you can't do it. And this is how you know, in this case, it would be, you know, turn it into something good with chastity. You know, so, you know, there's I'm also a little bit disturbed by the tolerance, you know, for homosexuality. But, you know, I mean, it's something that we kind of have to, you know, a lot of things, a lot of divergent beliefs for, you know, among people on the alt-right. We have to work towards establishing a white society before we get into how we're going to structure that society.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of gay people in the whole white nationalist movement, which I'll be say it's okay. You know, it's totally okay. It's just like I think the reason why is there's many reason whys for it. Some people are in it for sex. Some people just love the male figure. You know, certainly there's a lot to consider, but you know, it's not my business. It's their business, and you know, I don't know. It's certainly, I would think Jack Donovan is a good person for the cause, you know. Certainly there are other people too, but you know, I'm not going to criticize and say that, you know, you shouldn't be in it because you're gay, you know.
It's, I mean, and a lot of people are coming from they're coming from a place of having been raised in a completely degenerate society, and whatever you think, homosexuality is degenerate. It is unnatural. And if you're a Christian, you understand that it's a very serious sin. But these people are coming from a social milieu where they were told their whole lives that it's okay, and you know, so we do need to, I think, have a certain degree of tolerance as far as, okay, you know, you're not just like any other Christian. You know, you're building yourself as a Christian. You're looking to become better day by day. But you know, I guess we're kind of getting into a discussion about purity spiraling. You know, someone, I can't remember his name, but I found his channel through Millennial Woes. He said something that kind of made sense to me. Was, you know, at the moment we kind of have to look at ourselves kind of like a orchestra, you know, that we're a bunch of very different people, but we're all, you know, the centralizing feature is recognition that multiculturalism doesn't work, and that there are all sorts of excellent reasons for rolling back modernism. So, you know, when we do get through everything we need to get through and it could be very ugly, to get to a more homogeneous society, then we're going to have to address things like this. And I imagine that a lot of people will kind of accept, and this is, I'm guessing this is how it's been throughout history, that yes, sure, there are some people out there that are gay, but we better just make sure that we don't hear about it. And definitely, you know, when we're talking about a wholesome family-based society. This is something that's anathema to a proper upbringing for children. You know, children don't need to be around that. So, yeah, but we have to get there first.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I sin and I do sinful things, and I can understand where that point of view is. So I'm not going to say I don't know.
Well, I mean, Anti-Dem had an interesting post about homosexuality where he talked about that. You kind of said the same thing, where it's like, we can accept that, yeah, these people are going to be out there. We can't really prevent that from happening, but like, as long as we, like, it's better to just sort of have a societal norm toward keeping it in the closet, not like trying to change society to suit those.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, Gregory.
Yeah, I was hoping we didn't drive you out, Gregory. Yeah, see, the thing is, these people, you know, we're going to give them, we're going to give them a way to deal with desires like this. The same way that we're going to give young women, you know, an alternative to, you know, sleeping with, you know, 3 guys from every racial group before you're 18. You know, we're you know, we're not at that point quite yet. You know, so there's, and this is difficult for us as Christians. If you're Orthodox in your Christianity, there are very clearly demarcated differences between right and wrong. So you don't want to, you know, come across as saying, well, you know, it's okay to be gay for now, you know, because because we can use you around, and but
hey, can I say something?
Yeah, certainly.
There are 2 types. If you had to classify sin from their impact, you can classify in sinning against yourself and staining your own soul, and sinning and hurting other people. We know that children are susceptible to
exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I was just saying.
After communism fell, they started bringing Western culture and putting rap on the television. Nowadays, every single Romanian teenager listens to rap.
It's disgusting. It's happening in Asia too.
That's the power. That's the power of culture, and how it can. As an adult, your brain is basically formed. It's cemented. It's dried up, so you can be secure in your sexuality. But as a child, you can be confused by anything, and by virtue of simply protecting children, I would pass a law. Okay, you can be whatever you want, but you have to stay in the closet. You can't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But even beyond that, Gregory, and I'm sure you've heard this analogy, is, you know, you have to look at at least a European-based society. You have to look at it almost as a fleet of boats, and you know, you might not know everything that's going on inside of one of these boats, and everything might look good on the outside, but what they do on the inside could possibly impact, you know, the integrity of their boat, of their ability to act along with the rest of the fleet, the armada, whatever. And so if you do, and this is what I'm saying, we can't establish the sort of society, or we can't establish the rules of the sort of society we want to live in before we establish that society. So we do, you know, we can't put the horse before the cart, in other words.
You have to be cruel sometimes. We always killed the thieves and robbers. We always cut off the hands. We always excluded the perverts. It's cruel towards them because there is a natural predisposition. I'm predisposed to rap and alcoholism, but it doesn't mean I have to subject myself to that predisposition. I know people who are predisposed to diabetes, but they're not fat pieces of shit. They diet even though it's harder for them. A predisposition is not an excuse. I understand you're sick, you're diseased, you're sinful. Suck it up. It's virtuous. The greater the temptation, the greater the virtue.
But we will do that. We will do that, but we can't do it. What I'm saying is that, you know, while we can't fight 2 wars at the same time. I mean, and I'm not saying that you should, you know, allow, you know, gay orgies, you know, to be publicly going on, you know, at an MPI conference or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you know, you can't quite we have to establish the society before we can actually, you know, impose normal, healthy rules.
We have two things though. I mean, we're talking. I mean, here we are in two spheres. We have a primary sphere of being Christians. I think for most of us that's the case. That the alt-right is a civic space that we choose to belong to, as well as being Christians. So we have, you know, we're our lives are a little more complex than that. So and then on the one hand, like I honestly don't feel like for general white society, let's say we did have a white society, and it was not 100% Christian. Well, it wouldn't be my place to be telling people. It would just be my place to witness what I thought was correct or what I thought was true. It wouldn't be my place to say, you know, in my white society there aren't any homosexuals. But it might be my place to say that in my church we teach against this behavior because we know that it is corrupting to society as a long-term entrenched practice, not because it's sinful or gross or something in the individual instance, but because it is long tradition has taught us that this is denigrate. This brings the denigration of society.
Guys, I'm gonna get going now. I'm getting tired, and it's nice talking to you guys, and hope I can make the next one. So
goodbye, Oni-chan.
Yes, Ian, I know you post this on YouTube. I gave you some links from my YouTube, Twitter, and my website. So if you want to put references for PILLEATER, it's in there. So okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I wrote them down so I can post them.
Great. So nice talking to you guys. Hope to talk to you again. Good night.
Thanks for coming, PILLEATER.
God bless.
Take care, PILLEATER.
God bless, PILLEATER.
God bless.
Yeah, I agree with what Will was just saying.
Oh, good. I was just going to say we haven't heard from Moose. Carry on, Moose.
You know, I think our primary identity as Christians is to be Christians. And that is outside of whatever society we find ourselves living in. And if our primary movement that we associate with has a figurehead or a leader that's, you know, flamboyantly homosexual to the degree of Milo or something like that, I don't think that reflects well on our faith.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Yeah, somebody like Milo. I think he's only. I think we've kind of, most people who are like in the alt-right or consider themselves part of the alt-right, they've kind of kept him at an arm's length, saying like he's just sort of.
Sure, I'm just using him as a handy example.
Yeah.
But I mean, even Jack Donovan certainly would not be a leader of my primary identity. I mean, I may read the guy every once in a while, and I may find some of the stuff he writes interesting, but
I don't know. Oh,
no, go on, Moose.
Yeah, let Moose carry on. He hasn't been talking.
Yeah,
but you know, I'm not going to take him as any type of authority or leader because he, despite the fact that he recognizes that it's disordered. I mean, you can read what he writes about homosexuality. He chooses to be a pagan, and you know, I think that maybe God is working on him and calling him, but you know, that's not a leader that I'm going to identify with in any shape or form. That's not somebody I'm going to send people to read. That's not our biggest goal in creating a society is to create a faith that is that can exist no matter what the country or the larger society we live in. I mean, it was done with 12 men and ended up taking over the entire Roman Empire. So I think that we're kind of selling our souls in a sense, if for the sense of some sort of temporary ability to get into temporal power, we give up our Christian principles.
Right.
This is what I've been talking about earlier this night. when your body and your reason call you towards an action, you defer to God, because your body can be deceitful. The temptation to want power, in this case victory, can lead us on a dark path. Accepting sin. What does the Bible tell us about this situation exactly? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Your question is, what does the Bible say about accepting sin?
No, accepting this particular sin. It doesn't talk about sin in a vague sense.
You mean accepting homosexuality?
Yes, we all know what it says.
All right.
We all know what it says.
Well, I guess this is where we say, you know, are you accepting it in the sense that you endorse it, or are you accepting it in the sense that, you know, that you understand that it's there, and at the moment you can't really do anything about it, you know? Because I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm being idealistic, but I'm guessing, or I'm hoping, that if we do establish a more homogeneous white society, this is going to happen no matter what. You know, the public disavowal of any positive benefits, or even you know, disavowing any sort of innocuous tones to homosexuality. I think it's going to happen. You know, I don't, you know, when there are certain people that are excluded from white societies, I think that that leaves more of a chance for Orthodox Christianity to take root. I mean, even in the U.S., you know, where you know, it was never there was never, you know, at least in recent times, a state religion. There was enough of a homogeneous white society where people who weren't Christians acted Christian. So that's kind of my, that's how I see it.
I think you're right.
Marginalize the crap out of it and minimize its effects. Then, if you don't want to join my bonfire.
I mean, here's what I would say is that white people aren't immune from original sin.
No.
So they're going to tend towards evil. Homogeneous society does not keep that tendency from evil, that tendency that human beings have. And so I don't think that it's necessarily going to become a less gay society or an any more virtuous society in any way, just by nature of less vibrant.
Well, let's put it this way. You know, do you think that the United States was more virtuous in general before, you know, people from the Frankfurt School were allowed to start poisoning our children?
Yeah,
that's what I mean. And I'm not saying that, you know, we're you know, de facto virtuous, you know, just because of our race, but we are more when we are on our own. And we don't
Here's what I don't believe will happen, and we discussed this earlier this night. It's not going to be a gradual change. Things will not change. We will remain a minority for probably the rest of our lives. And society is going to hit a major catastrophe, be it a civil war, an economic collapse, or something. And then we'll be the survivors saying, I told you so, and then we'll have a hard reset. And then we won't have the excuse, oh, we have to let them in because liberals will think we're mean. Then we'll have to, Woes talked about this in a video. Women that want feminism after the collapse. I'm sorry, you're going with the rape game.
Yeah, you're not.
Not our rape games, God forbid, theirs, the Arabs and the niggers.
Light and salt, I'm not familiar with you, so that may be some sort of misunderstanding here. But just listening onto what you're saying, just since I've come back, I sense almost a little bit of what you used to hear in like the mainstream Protestant churches. Well, if we just work with this group a little bit more, then we'll be more palatable and more acceptable. And maybe that's not what you're saying at all. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying that that's kind of the idea that's coming across to me. And I don't think that as Christians who are trying to hold up virtue as laid out by God, who defines what virtue is, need to compromise and say, well, this person's sort of fighting with us even though they're like a blatant homosexual, so they're good to go, if that makes sense.
No, I know, I see what you mean, and yeah, no, that's absolutely not where I'm coming from. Here's the most simple way I can put it is that the alt-right is going to proceed no matter what, you know, with or without us. And the degree to which we, as Orthodox Christians, and I go to the Latin Mass, you know, I mean, I'm as old school Christian as you can get, and you know, the degree to which we align ourselves with the alt-right as it moves forward, you know, whatever it's called, it's the same, almost the same as, you know, saying, okay, all right, fine, Trump, we'll go with Trump. That's what we have right now. So the alt-right is going to proceed. They're going to move forward.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is that while they're going forward, I'm not advocating that we say, oh, it's okay that, you know, some of you guys are gay. We understand that. You know, we're going to work with you anyway. I mean, I don't ever, if I'm asked, and sometimes when I'm not asked, I don't ever hide, you know, my feelings about, you know, my faith. You know, what my faith tells me. What I'm saying is that until we get to wherever it is we're going, you know, we can't really, we don't have the luxury to dictate terms. And again, you know, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you, Moose, because, you know, in the meantime, you know, whether or not the alt-right wins, and even before, you know, before Trump was elected, I was saying what you were saying. You know, you know, my trust is in God. You know, whatever happens, you know, we are called to live in Christ. So I don't know. I don't know if that clears it up.
All right, I've got this. Is what you're saying basically, don't shoot at them as long as they're shooting at the people that are shooting at us?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, what
because I can understand that. It doesn't make them their
no, I mean
the same side as us, but we'll let them do their damage while they're doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know.
Well, sorry to interrupt. Hi, everybody. Sorry I couldn't join the chat until it was very late. I was listening to the conversation, and it's interesting that I generally don't really care about like Jack Donovan or any of those guys. Like, it's irrelevant to me personally. Like, I could just pick and choose whoever I'm gonna follow or whatever in this on the internet. I mean, to me they're just like random people. Like, who really cares what they do? Like, why do we have to compromise on that issue just because there's one guy in the movement who happens to be gay?
Well, we are, as Christians, we will always live in the shadow of the greater alt-right, because the alt-right is mostly pagan or secular.
Yeah, it's largely secular.
They are sympathetic towards us because we basically are European history for the last 1,000 years.
Right.
But let's not confuse. I think be very careful in identifying yourself as 100% alt-right, because you're not. You're a Christian.
Yeah. I mean, I don't identify myself with that movement personally.
Yeah. We always had fags, but we shamed them. We forced them to stay in the class. King James maybe was a fag, but it never came up. It never bothered anyone because he was not allowed to forge propaganda.
Yep, he knew it. He knew it was wrong, and he knew what would happen if
exactly.
And that's, I mean, I call myself a traditional Catholic. And what that means to me is, you know, traditional Catholics were alt-right long before the alt-right came into being, which means that they respect the rule of God, the primacy of God. They respect hierarchy and the family and tradition. And that's, I mean, that's, I guess, you know, that's kind of what the alt-right is without God, which,
well,
you know,
imagine
it's not even alt-right, it's just right.
Yes, it's just normal. It's just tradition. And I think that will happen, you know, if in a, maybe I'm wrong, but I think in a, when we finally establish white ethno-states again, these things will, you know, you might have, you know, like the Swiss Protestants and, you know, French Catholics, whatever, you know, but I think it will move towards God. I hope so. Again, I might be right.
Even this thing with white ethno states, maybe it makes sense in the US where it's literally a black and white issue. But as a European, I can tell you, at least in the East and in the South, there is no pure Greek. There is no pure Romanian. Very few people are actually purebred. Most people have something in them. And
yeah, but they're not African.
Yeah, it's like people confuse genetics with phenotype. I mean, you could probably do genetic tests and find out that like everybody in the world is related to each other. And as Christians, we believe that anyways because we all come from Adam and Eve. But that isn't. But it's sort of irrelevant to like, you know, how do you think a French person usually looks like, or Japanese person usually looks like, if we strongly associate people with a certain phenotype.
Yeah.
So like if that phenotype changes, it's kind of like it's no longer the same society. Like it becomes different.
And this focus on pure whiteness. So if Northern Europeans do have the highest IQs, but their mudblood counterparts in Southern Europe, they built the fundaments of society. The Greeks, the Romans were dirty, how Morocco calls them, Turk niggers, the Greek people, and Sicilians, and these people weren't pure Aryans. They had some mudblood in them. So race is everything. It's culture. I'm not saying I'm alt-right, but it's not healthy to obsess over race.
Yeah. The puritanical
Yeah.
thing on race is
And what good the Egyptian Christians? Let's not forget that Egypt was a Christian country before the Muslims.
Yeah.
But lines do need to be drawn at some point, and that's you know, here in the U.S. there is a sameness, you know, among an Italian who might have olive complexion and a Dane who's lily white. You know, it's, you know, and it's not that we see them as exactly the same genetically, obviously, but we see them as there's a threshold of being able to accept and promote and live by you know, traditional European norms, and that does happen among people of so a line kind of does need to be drawn. I don't know if you guys saw the link I put earlier about the Hodgnal line.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are differences. So yeah, I mean, you know, I do see on the alt-right there's this weird sort of, you know, like, oh, the Anglos are supreme, or whatever, you know. So we don't
say no to potato niggers.
Yeah. It's just, it's weird, but I mean, there are lines.
There's another show.
Hey, it's another show.
Yeah, there's another potato famine.
And by the same token, there are Ashkenazi Jews who, in many respects, you know, might closely resemble, you know, someone who, you know, a German or a Slav or whatever. But this is also, you know, someone, you know, who has their own distinct identity and their own genetics, and so I mean, I guess what it comes down to is the ability to be nuanced, to understand nuance and to act accordingly, and I guess maybe a good way to kind of draw the line is, the American white is like, I don't see color, I don't care about color. But if you look at the people who do care about color, when it comes to you, then there's a difference.
Right. Well, it's basic game theory. Are you familiar with the game theory?
Is it that whoever has the strongest in-group preferences have an advantage over those who have a high out-group preference? That's
a result of game theory, but in general, game theory analyzes how two groups of thinking beings interact. And yes, when you put a group that's atheistic and individualistic against a group who's religious and very collectivist, the atheist group loses every time. You may not be religious, but your replacements will be.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that like atheists, liberals, people who are progressive who buy into this end of history nonsense, they all observe like trends, but like they're only observing trends within their own community. They're not observing trends within like the Muslim immigrant population, which is definitely not becoming more atheistic. It's becoming more theistic and more patriarchal. And it's kind of a willful ignorance on their part, if there's...
They're white supremacists. They believe everyone is a white person, a liberal New Yorker.
They think everyone's a swipple.
Well, there's a difference between, a nationalist and a supremacist, and I think most of us, even just, secular people on the alt-right, understand that there are just differences. It's like we would not be fit to live in an Arab society because we're different. And,
I'm going to say something very haram right now. Romanians have a lot of ethnic groups. We have Muslims in the south that have been here for hundreds of years. These people have become wallpaper. They've blended in so much that there's barely any difference. They keep to themselves. You don't even know they exist if you don't Google them. So it's not only about race. It's not only about... We have Germans, we have Hungarians, but they're European, they're Christian, they understand, they get it.
But they almost aren't Romanians because they are inside your frontier and inside your boundary line, but they are their own nation. They are their own people. And I'm not saying that makes them bad or that you're wrong. What I'm saying is, they've chosen to associate with each other. And
this is assimilation over thousands of years. Some of these people came here with the original Ottoman invasions. So they had time to become part of the social fabric, and they understand their place. Many of them will tell you, yeah, this is a Christian country and we're guests. So they get it. And we don't allow them to grow. We protest building mosques. We just keep them there.
Yeah, and that's normal. And that's but that's not done in Germany. That's not done in the United States.
No. Well,
and a lot of that has to do with the what you get with these atheists is because they are, I don't know how, I'm sure this is being discussed, but I'm not sure where it's been discussed very thoroughly, but basically, because when I ever have like conflicts with these kinds of atheists on Facebook or whatever, they really want the Muslims here because they want to have competition for Christians. And then they think somehow, Western secular society is so superlative that it will just simply always be there to be the arbiter of all the crazy people. but they don't want to be because as soon as you say, well, that's not our traditional religion, they'll say, well, who's to say, all religion's stupid on the one hand. On the other hand, they'll kind of half, praise Islam as being better than Christianity in some way because they've heard a handful of things about it. They think it's more universal or less particularist, or it doesn't have the Trinity or some whatever, right? So it's often they're doing this to punish us.
Well,
and to in a sense purge Europe of Christianity. And if I can show for myself quick, I dropped my last 2 blog posts in the thing.
But they're punishing
they're
themselves
about identity.
more. But they're punishing, but they're punishing themselves too. Like, how many of those victims in the terrorist attacks are really Christian? Like,
they're stupid. Like, these people are idiots. But this is kind of but these are the people who are in power. These are the people who are in the bureaucracies. I mean, I know them, at least in the Canadian bureaucracy. And this is just general culture, is this kind of
it's like in the Cologne attacks, all those women who were raped. How many of them do you think are Christians? Like, they probably weren't if they were going out partying.
I'm gonna burn myself here, but they weren't Christians; they were Protestants.
But
aren't you Protestant?
No price is too high to pay to inflict some small wound on Christianity.
Yeah, these people will cut off their own arms just knowing that you'll pay to repair the stump.
I think it's a common thing. It's not just with the atheists, but also with the homosexuals. They are very friendly to Islamic immigration, even though Islamic countries have the worst gay persecution when compared to the Christian countries.
Well,
but they also seem to have a tolerance for it too. In other ways, it's a confused reality.
What I'm trying to get at is that the Common Filth talks about this all the time. Is that they're not afraid of death; they're afraid of judgment.
Yeah, because they're empty.
Because they're already dead.
They're vain.
Yeah.
They envision themselves as flesh robots, because this is what materialism is. You think you're a wet robot, and basically when you think you're that, I said basically again, when you think you're that, your life becomes a mad dash to the finish line. You're gonna die, so you're trying to have fun along the way. So everything that makes you uncomfortable, anything that spoils your fun, like those nagging Christians, are stealing precious moments that you could spend enjoying yourself, because that's what they're trying to do.
I think it's more than that, because like when they hear Christians preach on morality, they somehow know inside, like they subconsciously feel uncomfortable with it, as if somehow deep inside they know that it's true, but they're suppressing it. And it's kind of ties in with Romans 1.
There's this fallacy. There are many fallacies, but this one, people don't talk about it. There's this fallacy that civilization means non-violence. There's this fallacy that civilization means being nice. But when you look at it, the greatest civilizations on Earth were the bloodiest. They were the strictest in many ways. So they think that it's beneath them. It's barbaric to judge or fight or love passionately or defend or have admiration for your nation, honor your ancestors. These are savage things, and it's false. It's actually honorable and noble. Now, we went overboard. If I'm going to cuck for something, I'm going to cuck for this. Nationalists screwed the pooch last century, especially in World War I. World War II was just, in my opinion. But in World War I, we screwed the pooch. And we had a situation when Catholics and Protestants were slaughtering each other in untold numbers. So their fear regarding us is legitimate. However, we have to be wise and not repeat the same mistakes. That's why it saddens me to see Catholics and Protestants going at it again. You're fulfilling the stereotype. It's like Dan Wranglin shit. Dude, they say we're Nazis. You're acting like a cartoonist Nazi. Stop it.
Right. No, what I'm getting at is that, like, pretty much these people, like the atheists and the gays, have in common is that, like, they don't really care about life anymore. They just want to, like, use it up before they leave and deteriorate in the ground. And that explains their behavior. And it's pretty much, you think your average gay person or atheist would, like, die to save his civilization? Like, maybe some will, but, like, the vast majority of them probably won't. Like, for them, this civilization is just here. This life is just, like, they just hit the jackpot, so might as well use it up while they can before they go down to the dirt.
But
they don't have any.
They'll send other people off to kill and die for it.
Yeah, exactly.
But they themselves, no, typically no.
Yeah, and they'll protest those same people.
Yeah, exactly.
Forget about the eternal Anglo, the eternal outsourcer. They outsource their masculinity to soldiers. They outsource their wisdom to politicians. They just want to have fun.
Well, they usually, like, I think this ties into the whole Gamergate thing. Like, for, like, decades, the modern man has been, like, pretty much giving up on real world cultural fights, like with feminism and different things like civic masculinity, because they've been complacent. They've been content to have their masculinity compartmentalized into this universe of video games and movies, where, especially video games, where you could play as this awesome knight who slays dragons and saves princesses and does all this cool stuff. Yet and that was all they had. That's the only avenue they had to express any masculine emotion. And Gamergate came along because, like, some feminists have been trying to change the video games to match the cultural Marxism of the real world, and because they had their last what's the word? The last bastion of their masculinity being attacked. That's when they came out. That's when they started fighting back, and that's I believe much of the alt-right movement originated from that as well.
Yeah, the feminists are crueler than the machines in the Matrix. At least the machines in the Matrix said, oh, let them have their illusions, their virtual reality. We'll just conquer the real world. But feminists, no, we'll hunt them down even in their dreams.
Cooler? You mean
crueler, not cooler.
Oh, crueler.
Yeah, they hunt you down in your fantasies. At least the machines in the Matrix let you alone. Leave you alone.
You're right. Yeah.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Moose. Mr. Moose.
Yeah.
Good night, Moose.
Moose has to take off. Thanks for coming, Moose.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Reading,
I will try to stop in again next time. It was good being here.
I hear,
good to have you back.
I hear a child in the background.
Thanks, Moose. God bless you. Good to meet you.
Thanks for
what was
speaking.
That, Ian?
Yeah, is there a baby in the background?
Yes, there is. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't talked about it on your blog or anything. I just wasn't sure what was going on.
It's a good sound.
Yeah. I need to do an update.
Why aren't you making a second one? Why are you wasting time with us?
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thanks for coming, Moose. Have a good night.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we have that. Gregory has the Romanian etiquette. We forgive you because there's a language barrier.
I missed that. What?
Yeah.
I said we forgive you because of the language and cultural barrier. You have Romanian etiquette.
It's charming.
It's charming. The
I
Iron
love
Cross.
it. Yeah.
The land of the Iron Cross.
Yep.
Yeah. Legione.
You know, just
the Legion.
Just to go back to something we were saying earlier, like what Moose was saying about how our primary identities as Christians and how he can't like follow somebody like Milo as a leader. I mean, perhaps we've talked about this before. I can't remember, but like in a way, talking about the alt-right movement. I mean, I think that there is really no official hierarchy within it. So I mean, somebody might look at like Richard Spencer and say he's the leader of the alt-right, but like ultimately, I don't look at him as like somebody I owe any like loyalty to per se. It's just like he's a guy and he might say some things I like, but ultimately, like if I disagree with him, I can just say whatever. I mean, I don't like owe him anything. So
most of us recognize that Richard Spencer isn't the leader. However, our leader will most likely look like Richard Spencer and present himself like Richard Spencer.
Right.
He is leader-ish.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is the alt-right movement doesn't really have like a leader per se. Like,
no.
It's more like just kind of a sort of a loose affiliation of people who are kind of working toward the same goals, but not necessarily a. Well,
if we had a leader, they'd just William Wallace him, and it would be over.
Yeah.
I think Adam Wallace would make a better leader than Richard Spencer, in my opinion.
Adam Wallace?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's only like, what, 20 or something? I don't know if he's...
Like, yeah, and he's has plenty of time ahead of him. Like, he has, like, he's already, like, in the prime of his life, and he has so many good years ahead of him. He has plenty of time to establish himself as a leader, like especially within the British alt-right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, here's the thing. You know, I can't, even though I don't agree with Richard Spencer's views on homosexuality, I can't at the same time say that, well, because of this disagreement, I can't respect the work he's done and the success that he's had in moving forward an agenda which ultimately, I think, will be far more hospitable to the Christian ethos than, you know what I mean, than what we have today.
I think what he's working towards will eventually destroy the very foundation upon which gay rights and LGBT rights are built upon.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
That's what I've been trying to say, and I guess I'm you know, I don't have the verbal acuity of some people, you know, to be able to.
You don't have enough
Armenian mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly what.
It was from reading Bahnsen and Van Til that I understand presuppositions and axiomatic foundations, that there are certain pillars that things are built upon that, like, you could destroy, like imagine that there's like a huge castle. When you're laying siege to a castle, you do not just go at the roof. You aim your cannons at the base of the castle, the very foundation upon which it's built upon.
Yeah, and if you're lucky, you know someone who has informed you of the, you know, the weakest, you know, expanse of the wall, and that's kind of what we're doing. You know,
my money's still on Rohowa. Yours is the best strategy in a scenario where society in its current form survives. But I don't believe that.
And like, people think of Richard Spencer as the leader of the alt-right. I don't really see it that way. Maybe he has a the highest profile, but there are plenty of alt-right vloggers who are not soft on homosexuality at all, like Argent Templar and Abstract. They're from Toronto, which is a city that is run by the gay mafia, and they don't pull any punches on the they don't pull any punches on the gay issue.
Can Mr. Ian, can you get Argent?
He's actually been on a few of these before. I think he's been on like 3 of them.
Yep. Back in the early.
Can you get him again so I can fangirl over him?
All right, I'll see. I guess I gotta ask him.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys. I've told you guys, but he's actually the guy who introduced me to alt-right. I've learned of the alt-right by watching his videos.
Oh, really?
I thought you were.
I think you might have mentioned that before. That sounds familiar to me that you said that, but or maybe that was when we were talking privately. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like Argent. The reason I haven't had him on in a while is because he likes to get in touch through Skype, which I don't really use as much because it takes a long time to load on my computer. So I don't know. Just like last few times I tried to get him on, he said he was too busy. So I was just like, I'm not going to pester him if he's busy or whatever. But
there we go again with the bragging that we own a computer.
Yeah. Well, how are you on there?
What?
Well, how are you on then?
This is we have public cafe special for shitlords.
Oh, okay.
And there's like a donkey outside walking on a little treadmill, and that's kind of if you have 2 donkeys, that's almost like 6 megabytes of RAM.
Yeah.
You have a badger and a wheel that's running, that's powering the.
And they're telling each other stories about vampires.
Those aren't stories. They have to be told.
I make kebab from kebab.
Is Abstract J a Christian? He said something about God in one of his latest videos. I think Argent is turning him.
I don't know who that is.
Mr. Fox they also have kind of a Christian hangout show, don't they? The what's the Illusion Radio? They had
yeah.
Oh, we should go for some high fruit. We should try to get Bulbasaur on sometime.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
I think we'll lose Bulbasaur because he's so triggered by American Christianity. I don't know, I just feel I'm stepping away.
I like how triggered he gets. I love it. Like when you're listening to The Daily Show and it's like you don't hear from him for a while, and like all of a sudden it's just like this explosion. And everyone.
I was shocked when I heard him scream. He sounds so nice because to you the Southern accent sounds dumb. To me, it just sounds kind and folksy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound dumb to me. I mean, it sounds dumb among liberal elites who just want to dismiss anyone who might actually disagree with them.
Yeah, I've never not for years. Actually, it sounds cultivated to me.
Yeah, I mean, they were, the South was the closest thing we had to an aristocracy in the U.S.
Yeah. There was this antebellum style where people were educated, and they actually brought tutors from Europe to teach them ballroom dancing and painting and stuff.
Yeah. And Bulbasaur he's a smart guy.
Yeah. There's no doubt, but I think I don't know. I think he's had enough of Christianity. I just feel him that way.
No, he's come back full.
Yeah,
he's definitely. I mean, on TRS, he has to kind of signal. I think he probably signals against it more than he would, just because the cats he's hanging out with there. But I don't.
If Bulbasaur is a Christian, then Charmander is a Muslim, and Pikachu is an Odinist because the fun thing.
Well, another thing I've noticed is that, like, within the alt-right neo-reaction circles, there is a lot of counter-signaling against creationism.
I didn't see that. Who said something?
Like something like I've just watched a video by Orini talking about like how these atheist skeptics on YouTube would debate creationists all day long, but they won't. But they believe Holocaust denial should be illegal, and they will not debate a single Holocaust denier.
Yeah, it's implicitly saying that. Oh, those stupid creationists. I don't know. I'm agnostic in regards to creation.
Yeah.
I'm not a geologist, so I can't say for sure that science isn't lying to me, because they are lying in regards to global warming. So I can't put my money on the fact that Earth is 1 billion years old. But if it's true, then creation is, who knows how long a day in the life of God is.
Yeah. What I mean is, like, usually when they're talking about creationists, they're talking about young Earth creationists. Like, there are also old Earth creationists like Hugh Ross and so on. But these atheists usually choose to debate the young Earthers.
Yeah. Well, there is counter-signaling, because you have to remember many on the alt-right are left libertarians, and they are more atheistic and materialistic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like people like Christian alt-righters, like Davis Sereni's a Catholic, and Argent sometimes counter signals against creationism. I think there's a lot of theistic evolution's a common belief among a lot of Christian alt-righters, I think, more than creationism.
Yeah, because they're educated and they know that it's kind of hard to deny evolution outright. It obviously exists, but it doesn't disprove the origin of life, because it has nothing to say about the origin of life.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you want to like in order to fit a strongly literalistic, if you want to change science to fit a strongly literalistic understanding of the book of Genesis, where God creates the world in 6 calendar days, you have to like seriously rework all of like the existing sciences, from astronomy to biology to geography. It like you would have a lot to explain away as far as like raw data.
Yeah, it's puzzling, because obviously the truth is always coded, even profound truth.
Yeah.
Your subconscious is not rational, and it's the biggest. If your rational mind is just the tip of the iceberg, your subconscious is more irrational and more abstract. And religions are rational and abstract in many sense, because they appeal to that deeper part of yourself. They're not science manuals. People don't worship their math books. People worship things that speak to their core.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with this thing. You can't rationally analyze the Bible to the fullest extent. It has allegories, it has stories. If you think that, if you try to archaeologically prove from which dynasty the emperor with no clothes is, oh, when did he live, what was his the year, who was his father, that would be pointless, because the story, the moral of the story, is what is an eternal truth, not who's the guy.
Well, and there's no, there's so little imagination in modernism, in modern thinking and leftist thought, and it kind of, even down to like something as vulgar as memes. We always win at memes, because we respect creativity. We respect being imaginative, even especially, actually, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Even when it's offensive, it's like, did you guys see that mistake that Yahoo Finance made with, Trump wants a much nigger Navy instead of bigger Navy?
Yeah.
It's like all of us thought that was so hilarious, and we did something with it, and it was creative and it was imaginative. And guess what? Black people didn't get killed over it. So we have that imagination. And again, I'm just talking about memes here, but I think it applies.
But at the same time, I'm not against blasphemy laws. I'm not against having sacred cows, because you don't fuck with the pillars of society.
I agree.
Yeah. It's I was reading about this. I was reading Rushdoony's book, The Institutes of Biblical Law, Volume 1, and it was explaining from a theonomic position why that there are laws against blasphemy and heresy, like leading to idolatry, like those type of laws, like why they had them in the Old Testament and why we should have them today. And he said that basically any society that allows its foundational truths to be questioned is suicidal.
Yes, exactly. You can play around with your hair. You can play around with your clothes, but you don't play around with your bones. You don't play around with your internal organs.
Exactly. That's why atheists want. I was talking about how they'll debate creationists all day, but they will not allow They want to pass laws where it will be a crime to deny the Holocaust. Not that I stand on that I'm a Holocaust denier or anything like that. I haven't done enough research on the matter, but it's basically like for liberalism, the Holocaust is a foundational truth upon which everything else is.
It's religion. It's like global warming or denial of gender differences. It's religion. It's faith-based.
Yeah.
The Holocaust is the liberals' Eden.
Yep.
Yes. It's their creation myth.
In regards to the Holocaust and the Nazis, my position has always been the same. If what the liberals are saying is true, and there is a shot at it being true, then fuck the Nazis. They were sadistic pieces of shit who murdered their own elderly. However, if it is a lie, and if they were fighting Bolshevism and in a quote-unquote moral way, then they're the heroes of Western civilization. Only if the facts are untrue, because you can have it in the middle. So a good doctor is a doctor who can recognize the problem, diagnose, and solve it. Maybe the Nazis were only good at diagnosing the problem. Hitler wasn't wrong. Jews were spreading filth and degeneracy in German life. Their society was collapsing. But maybe his solutions were just as barbaric as the people he was eradicating. There is such a thing as dehumanizing yourself.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
The more important truth, I think, is that such things aren't necessary when we don't go against tradition. When we don't mess with what our forebears figured out a long time ago, which is in this case is that a homogeneous society is a healthy society, and so you don't get the circumstances that can result in something like this. Because was it an overreaction? Maybe. Was it? Was evil done? Sure, probably. Men are capable of evil, but such things aren't really an issue where you have a homogeneous group who all share the same values, who, you know, respect the same laws and traditions. You know, this is why, you know, if we're honest, especially as Christians, you know, we don't feel hatred towards Arabs or Jews or blacks, whatever. We're just different. We know that we're different, and that, you know, we can't go to their society and successfully live in it because we don't conform to their norms.
Well, you should hate not Arabs as people. There, I told you, of course, you should not consider them for high IQ positions. However, you should hate Muslims because Muslims hate you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I hate the people that bring them here more than I hate them, because they're just, you know, they don't have, I'm not saying they have no agency, but they're not high IQ people. There are high IQ people who are bringing them here. And those are the people that, you know, you feel a hatred for, not in a personal sense, you know, like Mark CITADEL was saying earlier, but you feel a hatred that, you know, that you're being taken advantage of. Because these, you know, these Arabs and these blacks, they're tools, they're pawns.
Yes, but I understand. But if you're on fire, no, sorry, bad analogy. If you have cancer and you've just been stabbed in the neck, you take care of the stab wound first, because it's going to kill you the quickest.
I agree with you on that.
Well,
absolutely.
So, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like, I mean, this issue about the Chicago kidnapping of that disabled white man, how like they tortured him brutally, and hearing other stories of like black on white crime, how like they just target random white people just who may or may not have voted for Trump because Trump won, and it's white people's fault. It was, hearing about this has made me sick for the last few days, angry, and like even the night before last night, I had problems sleeping. It's like, it strongly affected me. It's sort of like
that's normal. That's just normal.
It's like, and it's kind of shatters like my worldview, and it's kind of like I have to stop myself from going to like a real dark place in my mind, because it's so disturbing. Like, is it like how could you be so inhumane that like you could just do these to
but
things to women and children?
That's almost not important, and I hate to put it that way, and I hate to, you know, the analogy I'm about to use, I don't want to dehumanize any people, but you know, you might be upset about, you know, a pack of Rhodesian ridgebacks that are, you know, chewing up your livestock, or, you know, your kids, whatever, and you should be angry enough at them to shoot them or whatever, but at a certain point you have to be more angry at whoever is letting them onto your property, whoever is purposely, you know, allowing them to, you know, whoever is enacting laws that protect these ravenous beasts who are only acting according to their own nature. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I get it, but it's also like, I think it's the fault of the judicial system. Like, since we abolished the death penalty,
that's what I'm saying.
There's nothing like, there's no real deterrent to violent crime anymore. Like, if you commit a very heinous murder, then you pretty much are set for life. You never have to work a day in your life, because you get free housing and free food at the expense of the taxpayers.
Yeah, so you should be mad at the people who have, you know,
hold on real quick,
who are responsible for doing that.
Yeah.
So Ian, want to wrap it up? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted there. I mean, we don't have to wrap up right this second if you guys have any.
No, I'm okay with it, because I'm actually kind of hungry.
Yeah, I'm just getting tired because I've been here for 4 hours now, I guess, or a little over 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been a long go.
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting tired, so I think we should wrap up soon. But I mean, is there
sounds good.
Anybody have any final thoughts they want to say before we go, or any final things? Or
I'm just shilling for myself yet again. I just started a new project. I just put up a new website called Talison's Wheel, where I have a calendar that I made over the years, and I discuss music theory. Anyway, there's some rudimentary mathematics and number theory, basically. Well, not really, but anyway. And a kind of a base 12 number character set that I developed for analyzing music, for creating a music theory system. And then there's music theory, and then there's a calendar, a musical calendar, a perennial tonal calendar, I call it. I think I need to make some video explanations but people aren't really looking at the content much, but I'd be happy for you to have a look. I also sell for this year digital versions of the calendar, so if anybody's interested. I'm actually just going to lower the prices on them right now. But anyway, if you're interested, go over, have a look. It's a bit weird, maybe. Looks a bit pagan to Christians, but it's just a calendar based on the major solar events of the year. Anyway, I won't explain it too much. You can go over there and have a look if you want. I've just dropped it.
Well, just find a saint for every day, and it'll look Christian enough.
Well, I have a Christian one where I put the annual festival events for both the East and the West.
Yeah.
Well,
it won't look Christian to Protestants. I'm talking about Orthodox and Catholics.
Yeah. No, I have I have one with the festivals on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the base calendar is just about the solar events. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember looking at that, William. I remember I was kind of having a hard time understanding it, just because well, part of the problem was that the image was kind of small, so it was hard to read. So I don't know.
You can open up the calendar at the PDF with the arrows on it on the epitome page, and then so if you open it up in two different folders, say, you can go back and forth, and you can have a better look at it. Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, the image on just the main page. No, it's just a JPEG, and it's yeah. But if you look on the epitome page, there's a blow up of it, or you can open it up as a PDF and enlarge it as big as you need to. It'll enlarge.
All right, I'll check that out more. As far as music theory goes, that's always been my weak point with music. I'm an okay songwriter, but I've come to realize I'm not a very good musician as far as actually performing and arranging songs. Like, I'm good at coming up with like the basics of a song, I think. Yeah, for those who don't know, I do write music, or try to at least.
Someday we'll have a party.
Yeah,
I think my lyrics are probably the most interesting part of the songs I write, because I've never heard anybody else write lyrics quite like mine. But that's because they're kind of, I don't know. I like playing around.
I'd like to read them sometime.
I want to hear him play. I want to hear him play.
Well, yeah. I mean, Lumen. I showed you my comics, and it's songs I've written for the band to sing. So.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to say too much on that because
don't want to dox yourself.
Yeah.
We should have a Christian songwriting circle hangout.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I would actually like to release these songs and actually sell them, so I don't want to. I don't want to give them away to for just anybody. But
yeah.
So I want to. Anybody else?
Maybe we could take some of Mark's esoteric themes and put them to songs.
Maybe.
His Eastern esotericism mixed with Evolianism. About
more like bubblegum pop, but I don't know. 70s style.
No.
60s/70s.
No, I'm thinking more like maybe
bubblegum esoterica.
Sounds like something that Archie's would have sang. Yeah.
Maybe call it esoteric speed metal, esoteric speed folk.
Maybe Lightning Patriots into that stuff.
That sounds like the Metalocalypse Death Clock, you know, grandpa guitars. Any of you guys see that?
Yeah,
I've heard of that. I've never really watched it.
Like, why don't you call it Ovencore?
Wood oven core. Keep it.
There was a trend in the 2000s where like they made up like a new subgenre every week named Stumping Core. Like right around when metalcore was popular.
I know grindcore.
Yeah, grindcore is actually like a very old genre.
Core.
Yeah. Grindcore is like a kind of like, if you guys listen to it, some of it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't listen to any. I don't mean to sound like a snob or anything, but I just don't listen to any modern music anymore. I would, you know, and I, you know, but it just seems like almost like I lost a tolerance to it or something. It's weird.
Yeah,
that's me in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like their songs are only 10 seconds long, so you don't have to put up with too much.
Don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah, it's more like a joke than anything else, I think.
Yeah, it's like they have very fast blast beats and like they squeal like pigs and monkeys.
It's just noise, basically.
There was a band, there was a band when I was a kid that I was into. I was into a bunch of bands on this, you know, independent record label called SST, and one of the bands was the Minutemen, and they had a bunch of songs that were just literally like 30 seconds, and it was punk, you know. It was, there's one band. I was talking with this kid on Twitter last night about the label. There's this one band called Husker Du that I still kind of like. Yeah, I still kind of like them a little bit, but anyway.
Two of them are gay, aren't they?
I don't know. You know, big surprise. You know, if that's the case, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys. Thank you, Ian, again for having us.
Yeah, good to chat with you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. So real quick, let's just wrap up here. Oh, like nobody else.
Do I hear shekels? Did I just hear... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh God, I caught you.
We do not promote hate or violence on this.
We're like Lumen at Salstein. Yeah. All right, I think we're
just we all worship a kike on a stick. So there.
The boys at LC are going to be so angry.
Let that meme continue. Thing's gonna die.
I know.
Yeah. Well, at least that's better than worshiping an anthropomorphic frog.
Yes, that's true.
All right, anyway, to worship both.
Real quick, let's just thank everybody who came tonight. Let's thank Henry Gloucester, Gregory Carlin, Thom, LUMEN, ARBOGASTUS von STRASSBURG, William Scott, Moose Norseman, Mark CITADEL, PILLEATER, and Sam Heidelberg. That's, I think, more or less the order everybody came. It was good chatting with you guys. I think this was a really good one. Hopefully there'll be many more good ones in 2017. And for those of you who are still listening out there, thanks for sticking with us. Have a good night, everyone, and may God bless you.
Deo gratias.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Thank you. Good night.